been named, again, known and named and unnamed people. Barrister and also Mohammad Ali Siddiqui ji, please bear with us and stay with us. Two gentlemen from Bharat have been very patiently listening to all of this, Ambassador Deepak Vora and Dr. Ranganathan. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Thank you. But we had to put this story out to say the extent of what's happening. Now, somebody who's got $17.5 billion as funds in Grameen America, as Mohammad Ali Siddiqui, is clearly not a poor, humble person. Many believe he is one of the richest men in the world, although the wealth is undeclared and parked across various entities. He has two citizenships, US and also France. Now, the numbers emerging from independent reports paint a grim picture of targeted violence in Bangladesh. From the 4th of August 2024 to the 20th of August 2024 alone, 2010 attacks were conducted. From August 21st to December 31st, another 174 attacks, and it didn't stop there. In just the first half of 2025, 258 fresh attacks have been recorded. A clear sign that the danger is not only persisting, it's also spread. Question is, in this environment of banned parties, jailed leaders, emboldened radicals and a judiciary under pressure, can Bangladesh genuinely hold free and fair elections? Ambassador Deepak Vora, and this is all happening in the neighborhood, and next year, Bengal goes to polls.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Always a pleasure to be on your show, to be with India's best anchor. You're wearing a very beautiful jacket. Thank you very much. It looks very nice on you. And then you have Dr. Anand Ranganathan. He's a one-man encyclopedia. You don't need anybody else around. I'm going to have my chai in the evening and relax while I listen to him. We've heard our colleagues from Bangladesh. I've been to that country many times. I'm absolutely in love with that place. My late father was involved in the freedom struggle also. So let me put it to you like this. Two things very quickly, and then over to Dr. Ranganathan. One, the Supreme Court you talked about. Naturally, if somebody had moved the court and said, look, there's no position of chief advisor in the Bangladesh constitution. Who on earth is this character? They would have thrown him out. So the judges had to be thrown out and packed with his own chaps. The thing that the Americans do all the time, and Donald Trump is pretty good at doing it, constrained only by the fact in the United States, either you charge sheet the judge and throw him out for something or the other, or wait till the fellow dies, and then you appoint somebody else. You appoint your own chap. Second thing that is very interesting, sir. Nobody has ever accused the Pakistanis of being intelligent. Have you heard of a country called Afghanistan? My father's family came from there 600-700 years ago. So I have a little bit of Pashtun blood in me. Remember, there used to be darling, darling, sweetheart, sweetheart, and now they're lobbing missiles at each other. None of the Bangladeshis who's north of 50 or their children have forgotten what happened to their mothers, daughters, sisters, wives when the Pakistanis were unleashing their genocide against the Bengali. So the Bengali is a Bengali first. Very proud of his culture, very superior, very beautiful language, very beautiful literature. Then he's a Bangladeshi and then he's a Muslim. That is my understanding, having been there several times. So what I see is if the Pakistanis are messing around, they are going to be in a lot of trouble very, very quickly. And finally, sir, may I just say that this guy's days are numbered. I even hear rumors. Some of my WhatsApp friends are saying that there are 2 aircraft parked on the tarmac, one headed to Singapore, the other to Dubai. We don't know where he's going to run because Bangladesh is burning. On top of that, we had the actual earthquake. So my condolences to those who lost their lives or lost their friends and family in the earthquake that struck 5.7, I think, on the Richter scale. India will, of course, offer to do what we can. We always do that, sir. Yeah. We don't own any grudge. But this man, his shelf life is over. He must go, sir.
Now, I can't show this on television, but this is information further. Dr. Ranganathan, even as we speak, the chief of Pakistan Navy with 3 entourages, a general from Pakistan Army with 6 entourages, a former member of the Pakistan Parliament, and also advisor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Between October and November, all of these people have come surreptitiously into Bangladesh. And along with that, there are others too. There is also somebody who is associated with the JUI in Pakistan, present there. Another Maulana, radical, rabid one, has also entered there. They are being allowed to go ahead and spew their venom vitriol openly. There are also Huji terrorists who are out there and members of the Ansarullah Bangla. They're all banned outfits, but they have a free run and they're openly giving speeches and this is confirmed. I'm not taking the names, but this is confirmed information. It's a free run for radicals and park back stooges in Bangladesh under Mohammad Yunus. Dr. Ranganathan, thank you for your patience.
Not at all. It's a pleasure and an honor, as always, to be on your panel, and especially when it is filled with such exalted names. So I speak here as a layman purely. Four things. Number one has to, I would say, in the short term at least, congratulate Pakistan. It has what we could not do, win back Aksai Chin. Pakistan has won back its territory, which was East Pakistan. This is what they always wanted to do. What was broken away from Pakistan has been, at least now, if not through land, through their thinking, through their morality, through their ethics, and through their policies, is being united by this charlatan Yunus, who I have to say, admit as a layman, is fiendishly clever. I mean, he reminds me of one of those Bond villains, you know. And I don't know, I mean, he's always swiveling on a chair, but I don't know whether the pond that surrounds the chair has crocodiles or not. Be that as it may, the fact remains that we were all wondering whether he is, in fact, supporting the jihadis. He turned out to be a jihadi. That is what is so clever about him. If you look at in the last 1 year what he has achieved single handedly, two things. Number one, you see it practically every day, and this is very painful, and that is why I'm proud as a country that we've stood with Sheikh Hasina, because that seems to be the last straw, that last hope of Bangladesh, and that is why they are so desperate to get her. That is why the death sentence has been awarded. That is the reason why, because they just know that if they were to take out Sheikh Hasina, the entire opposition or whatever Bangladesh ever stood for, its history, its creation, will be wiped away like the Iranian Revolution did. And the fact of the matter is, you can see it in the last 1 year. What Pakistan did, it took 50 years. It wiped away our combined history of the subcontinent so that consciously it could look towards the sand dunes of Arabia. So now you talk to any Pakistani child and he would say, well, my origins lie east of or west of my country. They have nothing to do with India. Bangladesh is already, demolishing statues of Mujibur Rahman, already taking out from banknotes or every symbol of what created Bangladesh is being slowly wiped out before our very eyes. And this is what Yunus always wanted, and he's got it. Now, two things, and they are very important as a layman. Is this situation worse than what our other neighbor dishes out to us, Pakistan? No, not yet. So when we can deal with Pakistan, right now we can deal with this Bangladesh.
Yeah,
and I think we have to have that mentality. Otherwise, we will be scared, and we don't want to be opening two fronts right now.
No, but
sorry.
But sorry, I'm interrupting you, Dr. Nathan. My apologies. It's just that the borders with Bangladesh are far more porous. The amount of radicals and radicalization, and these entities, if they're getting a free run there, it's a huge security situation, especially with Bangladesh, Bengal going into elections right in the neighborhood there next year.
And this is, just 30 seconds. And this is where I was coming to the third point.
Yeah.
The difference is that we have really reinforced our border with Pakistan. And right now, despite all our efforts, 500 kilometers of our border with Bangladesh is still unfenced, and 10 districts that cumulatively run 500 kilometers along the Indo-Bangladesh border are now Muslim majority, some of them as much as 80% Muslim. That is the real danger, that infiltration from Bangladesh is going to happen en masse, and SIR or any other thing will not be able to prevent it. So we have to reinforce that border as stringently as we reinforce the India-Pakistan border. Can we do that in a limited time? I think Deepak, you will be able to tell us.
No, but what about those who are already here, and if they are already operating and they want to destabilize the state here so that there is a certain semblance of continuity for the interim advisor in Bangladesh? And look at also what he's doing, trying to talk the same language as a Sharjeel Imam or somebody else, where you're doing the art of triumph and trying to show northeast of Bharat as part of a greater Bangladesh. This is all radical vitriol. My question, Barrister, is that this entire ICT trial, who's going to challenge this? Who's going to expose the fact that this is a farce, the fact that it's a kangaroo court, and that there has been no right to trial?
I think the most important thing is that I am in an opinion that is, this trial has exposed Dr. Yunus and his mantra to the whole world stage. That's why you can see the international community, he was a poster boy of the international community. right? Now the six most influential right bodies are saying that is the way you have conducted the trial is a complete farce. See, as a lawyer, we know there is a procedural law, there is substantive law. Okay, you want to prosecute Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Look, in a haste, what they have done, they have made themselves laughable to the whole world stage. You might know Toby Cadman, one of their advisors, a British lawyer, who was advising them. Now he is distancing himself from this legal process. Why? Because they haven't even followed the simple procedural law. So if it goes in front of a appellate division, appellate court, a competent and judicious-minded appellate court will have no problem to strike it off within 30 seconds. I'm telling you, the way they have conducted the trial, the way they have constituted the tribunal, the way they have amended the law, it's all just so much force. And without any judicial mindset, they have created it is another example of mob justice. You can just say, this is the Yunus introduction to the world, how mob justice should be run, how mob trial should be run, how through mob justice people should be given whatever sentence you want to give.
Somehow, one individual, how can he have the power? Who's helping him? He's an octogenarian. Does he have the energy to be able to orchestrate all this, Muhammad Ali Siddiqui sir? Or are there? Or I'm just going to bring in Mr. Muhammad Ali Siddiqui and then come back to you, Barrister. No, who's orchestrating this? Who's helping him in all of this?
As you know, that many medias exposed Dr. Muhammad Yunus's face and his meticulous design, what he did. He himself acknowledged last year to a Clinton Foundation meeting in New York. He said how he designed these issues and how supported the Western friends behind this thing, and he identified one of the masterminds on that stage. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the professor of Columbia University, he analyzes the Bangladesh, the regime change issues, how deep state conspired behind this scene. Newly elected President Trump, he exposed how funded the what is called this American organization, especially USAID, George Soros Foundation, IRI, NDI, and such other organizations from United States. They did the similar events all over the world.
Right.
I have the statistics, 1978 and onward, 2025. 68 countries regime changes by these deep states policies. Recently, the one of the key players, the director intelligence of the US, Tulsi Gabbard, she mentioned in her speech that they are not going to do such acts furthermore.
Right.
So we could understand easily how these things happen. And many other Western media also exposed the behind this scenario of this game change. I believe, as you asked the first question, how these things going to be turned. The people of Bangladesh and the Western countries, they understood in the meantime how these things happen. So I believe, as Barrister Masood mentioned, 6 international organizations, especially UN, Amnesty International, and such other organizations, condemned this ICT, verdict against popularly elected Sheikh Hasina's government, and how manipulated this court and speedy trial. Within 140 days, this verdict was given. Nothing is accepted to the world, I believe. And Sheikh Hasina challenged. She would like to face the International criminal court in Hague. If
Right.
Yunus have any capacity, go over there, bring charges, and she will face over there. So the people will protect and overturn the Yunus's this
Will they, Ambassador Deepak Gora, will that happen? Because do you think free and fair elections are possible without the Awami League, without the biggest party in Bangladesh getting a chance?
No question about it. It will not happen, sir. That's very, very clear. This buffoon wants to stay on for the next 5,000 years as chief advisor. He's an unelected fellow. He's been superimposed. There's no legal sanction for his position. So he doesn't want the elections. He's going to find some reason to do it. Sir, I conclude our two colleagues from Bangladesh are much more knowledgeable, but I have a lot of friends there. I've been there many times. I keep going. I see 4 mega trends, and I'll tell you very quickly. One, Sheikh Hasina has fight like hell for her survival. Second, this guy is going to fight for his political survival, for his physical. She will fight for her electoral survival, he for his physical survival. Third, there's an African proverb: when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. The people of Bangladesh will suffer. And finally, fourth, if the military finds that matters are getting out of hand, sir, I believe they will step in, sir. And I think they should. And then have elections coming very quickly, sir. That I believe. For once, I'm myself as an Indian, sir, country that has never seen military rule, I am saying I hope they take over there, because what is happening now is worse than a pogrom. It's the worst kind of thing that you can imagine.
But decorated army members are also being shafted. They are also being targeted. Those who have served with UN peacekeeping, and it's all documented here. I'm quoting from sources on the news and also on the Rights Watch. They are coming out and saying rightsrisk.org. They are also saying rightrisks.org. They are also coming out and saying that decorated army officials, army members, and it's mentioned even in the Human Rights Watch, those who have served in the UN peacekeeping force, etc., have been deprived of service and moved out, shafted, and they have been rendered, and they've been replaced with perhaps radicals. And the Bangladesh army itself has two sorts: one who backed the Razakars and the Pak army, and the other who backed liberation. And that divide remains.
I've been your ambassador in 2 countries where we've had UN peacekeeping forces. The most popular and the best is the Indian military, which is amazing. Bangladesh has been there, but they have. So you can't do this kind of radicalization when you're in part of a UN peacekeeping mission. You'll be booted out. There's no question. Secondly, the Americans, if they stop, and they can do it, if they deny Bangladesh the possibility of participating in UN peacekeeping missions, that's a big money earner for Bangladesh. A lot of money, $2,000 per month is paid, apart from the salary. I believe that's the latest figure to the officers, and 1,000 or 1,100 to the soldiers. They lose that money. Bangladesh government takes half of that money. We don't. We give it all. So I don't think they're going to mess around. If they do, it would be very stupid. You can get rid of chaps who've been there, but you can't send jihadis in the guise of peacekeepers, sir.
Right. Our job was just to put out some of these issues that there cannot be free and fair elections if the current system is the way things are operating and if this is functioning. And he is not really a peace laureate as he claims to be. That's what the numbers and these directions of the reports that are emanating from Bangladesh actually suggest. But is he the only one, or is there somebody else who's orchestrating all this on his behalf? That's the larger question, and perhaps in the coming days we'll be able to put that out too. I sincerely thank everybody. Thank you very, very much, gentlemen, for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you. Namaste, Dr. Ranganathan. Thank you very much. Ambassador Deepak Gora, Mohammad Ali Siddiqui, and also Barrister Akhtar. Thank you very much. Now, quickly shifting focus to another development, which was a sad, tragic development at the Al Maktoum Airport in Dubai. This was the venue for the Dubai Air Show, starting on the 17th of November 2025 to the 21st of November. Today was the last day, and this is a picture of one of the 3 Tejas Mk1s that was participating in there on behalf of Bharat, that suddenly crashed. This is the flight. This is one of the pictures where those who are watching this air show from the audience enclave and the galleries were recording this, and they were shocked when this flight suddenly crashed. It just came down on an arc and then crashed. Now this is the other part. Now you see this, a maneuver is happening, and suddenly it crashes. So let's look at this carefully. This is the maneuver. This is the spin of the aircraft, and it is flying upside down. It had been doing these sorties and these maneuvers for a while, for a few days, since 17th. All these 3 had impressed, along with the entire Surya Kiran show that was cancelled because of this, on the last day. Every day they had been performing. This is the aircraft, and there you go. It's flat, it's low, and it's crashed with the belly into the sand, and then it's dragged down for about 400 to 500 feet. All the debris, the pilot not surviving, the air warrior not surviving. There are two squadrons of the Tejas fighter, the Flying Bullet and the Flying Dagger. It was a mixed of the two squadrons that was sent. We do not know which squadron this aircraft belonged to and the air warrior belonged to. So we'll try and get you that detail. Now let's look at the next set. Plumes of smoke and of course sand, and this is the rescue operations trying to douse the fire quickly, and despite their quick efforts in Dubai, they were unable to save the pilot. But let's try and understand the Tejas timeline. 1983, the LCA project was actually launched to replace the MiG-21. First, 1995, first technology demonstrator rolled out. 2001, the TD-1S, first successful flight. 2007, PV-3 achieved supersonic flight. 2013, first Tejas squadron is planned for the IAF. 2015, first series production aircraft delivered. 2016, number 45 squadron inducted with Tejas jets. 2019, naval variant lands on the INS Vikramaditya. 2021, 48,000 crore deal for 83 Tejas Mk1A jets has been approved. 2025, Tejas Mk1A takes a maiden sortie. Overall, 40 aircrafts right now with the Indian Air Force, 2 squadrons, 18 aircrafts each. But this is that slow-mo picture where at in about 6-7 seconds, you see a flash, you see the cockpit shining in the sun, and then also the top of the body of the aircraft shining with the reflection of the sun. That means there was a maneuver happening. This was a maneuver, and that's where you see that flash. You see the flash and then the top of the aircraft. Now this is the underbelly. And there you go. See, did you see the aircraft? If you see it closely, it's actually doing a roll. It's doing a spin, a roll, and then it rolls back straight up, and that's when it crashes. So, but the aircraft didn't stall. The machine, the engines were on. Air Vice Marshal Nitin Vaidya, ATC expert, is with us, and Group Captain MJ Vinod also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind. Thank you very much. Sad turn of events, but Air Vice Marshal, your thoughts on what could have happened?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's a very sad accident that has happened, and my heart goes out to not just the bereaved family, but the entire Indian Air Force, because that was what the Indian Air Force was doing in terms of showcasing its prowess in front of the entire world. And that it happened at an air display, although it may not have happened, although it is something that is not unprecedented, but obviously it should have been completely not happened, or I won't say avoidable, because I'm not too certain as to what the inputs for the court of inquiry would be. But looking at the fact that Tejas aircraft has been flying for nearly a decade in the Air Force, and it has been flying virtually unblemished, except for the accident that happened in Jaisalmer, that too on a technical fault, I am quite confident that irrespective of what has actually happened in terms of accident and what the world has seen, the aircraft is a very robust and a stable aircraft, has done wonders in the previous, not only the exercises, but also the air displays that has taken part. So this requires investigation, and whatever comes out of it in terms of rectification, should there be anything, I'm sure the Air Force would take it on board and ensure that such things do not happen in the future.
Right. You know, Air Vice Marshal, if you could see our screens, and we just put out the 4th video that was slow-moed and circled, the aircraft actually does a spin. There's one spin, there's a second spin, and that's when it's going dangerously close down. It's going down, and then it just turns over just 2 seconds before the belly crashes into the into the sands there. Any thoughts there, Group Captain MJ Vinod? What could have happened? Because the engine doesn't stall, you could still hear the thunder of the boosters and the of the aircraft. There is no sign of fire. There is no sign of anything that's happened, but it just goes crash into the earth.
Yeah. So let me break it down, Anand. And the moment it happened, I remember calling you to tell you that this has happened.
Yes, I was on air at that time. Yeah.
I know. So, see, a couple of things. Let's break it down for the viewers. First and foremost, with the available information of visual information and the sound information, we are breaking it down. So, of course, we need to wait for the official confirmation to come. But in the yesteryears, I'm a trained accident investigator.
Ji.
In the yesteryears, or when you don't find FDR, the only available information with which you go on with your inquiry is a visual and the sound information.
Right.
So, and any air accident investigator is trained to do that. So, with that as the backdrop, I'm saying this without hazarding any guess. Let's look at the maneuver, like you were explaining on the TV screen so beautifully, of the fighter pilot yourself.
My knowledge is very limited. Thank you. Please go ahead, please.
So that maneuver that Tejas does is a very typical signature maneuver, which only Tejas does, which is called the negative G split. How does the negative G split work? Is that the aeroplane shows you a face like this.
Yeah.
Okay. So whenever an aeroplane shows you a face like this, you assume the aeroplane will turn towards you. But actually, in a negative G split, the aeroplane turns away from you. It's a combat maneuver to fool the enemy pilot. It's a typical maneuver only Tejas does. So after the negative G turn, he does a split maneuver, which is called the barrel roll. You were calling
Yeah,
it
the barrel roll. Yeah.
It is called, yeah. So the barrel roll, and he recovers from the barrel roll. It's such a beautiful maneuver to see. So at the entry, the nose is towards the podium or the spectators, but the aeroplane turns away and does a split. So it's very beautiful to watch. It is like an aerial ballet.
Yeah.
So that is as far as a maneuver is concerned. Secondly, and most importantly, and I've been stationed in Badmer for 6 years almost, flying in this desert terrain for hundreds of sorties, carrying out such maneuvers in real life scenario, carrying out strafing and bombing very, very close to the ground. So in the morning, you go drop a bomb or do a strafing run. But in the afternoon, when you go, the mush is very, very high. Now, let me explain the mush to the viewers.
Yeah, just 1 second. Just quickly mentioning that Raksha Mantri has also tweeted, deeply anguished at the loss of a brave and courageous IAF pilot during the aerial display in the Dubai Air Show. My heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family. The nation stands firmly with the family in this tragic hour. Now, officially, viewers, how it works is we have to inform the family and then take the permission of the family whether or not the identity and the photograph of the air warrior should be divulged before that is released by the Indian Air Force, and also whether or not which squadron he was a part of, because I'm given to understand that that squadron where this incident took place, all the aircrafts will now be under scrutiny and that squadron will be grounded until the entire court of inquiry is over and thorough inspection of the other aircrafts of that squadron are not completed, either that squadron or that batch of the Tejas MK1s. Yes, Group Captain MJ Vinod, please complete. Yeah, the mask.
Okay, so the mush I was talking about, mush is, what is the mush? We need to understand, the viewers need to understand mush very clearly. When the aeroplane initiates the pull-out, like you correctly explained it on the screen, the nose comes up. As a pilot, I see the sky and only the sky.
Right.
All right? And but the aeroplane continues to descend before it starts to climb.
Right.
So from the time the nose has come up to the time it actually starts to climb is a finite time.
Yeah.
In that finite time, the aeroplane is actually nose up but descending.
Right.
So that is the mush. The mush is a function of two things, Anand. One is the rate at which you pulled out. Secondly, the density of the air. That is where the afternoon temperatures of the desert region kicks in. You know, I used to come and strafe in the morning, go back, come for another strafing run in the afternoon.
Right.
And you could feel the mush in the afternoon because the air of the same region at higher temperatures has become thinner. So that is the variable which a pilot cannot see. So when he did the barrel roll and recovered, I'm sure he did exactly the same thing in the morning. But in the second run, the thinner air probably got to the pilot. And that is the danger we live with, Anand, in the low-level aerobatics.
Right. So we'll have
It has no reflection on Tejas. I'm telling you, people can Google it. In the history of aviation of the world, no single engine fighter enjoys the same safety record as a Tejas.
As a Tejas does.
People can
I
Google.
totally agree, but we'll have to wait before we can make our assumptions based on the visual evidence, but we'll have to go by what the Court of Inquiry says. Have completely run out of time. I thank both of you gentlemen for your time. Thank you very much. Namaste. Jai Hind.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature. And that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned, and the Al Falah.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks with me, Poonam Borde. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister and the heir apparent of the DMK, Udayanidhi Stalin, has triggered a fresh controversy by calling Sanskrit a dead language. He alleged that the centre was spending 2,400 crore rupees on Sanskrit while giving a stepmotherly treatment to Tamil. DMK born is the foundation of DMK is from the anti-caste Periyar movement. It has historically challenged Sanskrit as a symbol of Brahminical dominance. But Udayanidhi Stalin's latest comment has put the lens on a certain pattern, one that is prejudicial to others' beliefs, be it about the Sanatan Dharma and the comments that he had made in the past for which he had to apologize, or now the comments that he has made about Sanskrit. Why does an elected leader, one who would lead one of the true Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu, often indulge in this kind of parochial and prejudicial politics? Before we open that up, here's why Udayanidhi Stalin and his party are irked today. More than 2,500 crores were allocated for funding Sanskrit between 2014 and 2025. Funding for Sanskrit is channeled through 3 central Sanskrit universities and the Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan. Meanwhile, 113 crore rupees was allocated under the Grants for Promotion of Indian Languages scheme between 2014 and 15 and 2024 and 2025 for Tamil. So why this disparity in the kind of funding that's given is a question that the DMK is asking. This is why Udayanidhi Stalin and the DMK are alleging stepmotherly treatment to the state and to their language.
தமிழுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக என்ன செஞ்சிருக்கீங்க கடந்த 10 வருஷத்துல? தமிழ் வளர்ச்சிக்காக கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகள்ல ஒன்றிய அரசு நிதி ஒதுக்கின நிதி எவ்வளவு தெரியுமா? தமிழ் வளர்ச்சிக்கு வெறும் 150 கோடி ரூபாய். ஆனால் செத்த மொழி சமஸ்கிருதத்துக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகள்ல ஒதுக்கின நிதி எவ்வளவு தெரியுமா? 2400 கோடி ரூபாய். தமிழ் வளர்ச்சிக்கு 150 கோடி ரூபாய், சமஸ்கிருத வளர்ச்சிக்கு 2400 கோடி ரூபாய். இதுதான் பிரதமர் மோடி அவர்களுடைய தமிழ் பாச நாடகம்.
What is a dead language as per Udayanidhi Stalin? It's a language that often is not used for active communication anymore. That's by one definition a dead language. Well, Sanskrit is widely used in both Hindu and Buddhist religious rituals, in hymns and chants across India and beyond. Its continued use in integral cultural practices keeps it a living part of everyday life of millions of Indians. While it may not be a primary language or a primary vernacular for most people, thousands of people in India still report Sanskrit as their mother tongue. That number may have dwindled, but it still is a steady one. There have also been several villages across the country, especially in Karnataka and in Madhya Pradesh, where residents use Sanskrit even today for daily communication. That's a result of the revival efforts that we've seen for such a language. Sanskrit is an official language that's recognized by the Indian Constitution. It is taught as a second language or an optional language in hundreds of universities and schools globally, with around 1 lakh teachers in India alone. Till date, new literature in Sanskrit continues to be produced and published, including the daily newspaper in Mysuru since 1970. How then is it a dead language? Well, funds are needed to develop Sanskrit because it's seen as the foundation of India's linguistic and cultural heritage. Why does that irk the DMK? Sanskrit is considered as a root language for many Indian languages. Its preservation is seen as crucial for maintaining India's diverse cultural and linguistic identity. There's a vast amount of knowledge in fields like philosophy, in science, and literature, all of which dates back hundreds of years and is stored in Sanskrit manuscripts. What this increased funding does is that it helps translate and preserve and make this knowledge accessible to a wider audience. It keeps the language alive, quite contrary to what the DMK scion believes. These funds are also important because they support institutions like the Central Sanskrit University for teaching, for research. It awards degrees and diplomas and certificates, which eventually enables a lot of these people, pass outs of these universities, to go and take this practice out abroad, out in the country, out in the world. Some believe that Sanskrit's structure and precision can also be beneficial for developing and training AI systems. Why then do we see such disdain from the DMK?
The Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin has to understand, nobody gives extra money to any language in our country. The number of Sanskrit universities in our country is more than the number of Tamil universities in our country. So naturally, Sanskrit universities get more money to promote that language. So we have requested the Tamil Nadu government to create a proposal to create more Tamil universities across our country. Who's stopping it?
Sanskrit is not language used by many. See, Sanskrit, the percentage of people who speak Sanskrit is just 12%. The whole country. Not even 12. Some thousands. But Tamil is a language which is even learned by many people in the world. When you can spend 2,000 crores for Sanskrit, why not 2,000 crores for Tamil also?
S.G. Surya, BJP State Secretary of Tamil Nadu, is with us. Pularao, political analyst, joins us as well. And author and former CIC, Uday Mahurkar, will be with us just shortly. But Pularao, let me begin by asking you, why is it that the DMK, that Udayanidhi Stalin believes that Sanskrit is a dead language?
Well, he's only stating that the language has not gone forward as the money is spent. You'll agree they've spent thousands of crores, and you're talking in thousands of people. There's so much they could have done. There are ancient Sanskrit manuscripts. They've not collected them. They've not paid any attention. All that, what he has probably hinted is that you've spent huge funds, and there are hundreds of translators translating what? And then he compared it to Tamil. That, you can spend more money on it. The Prime Minister said he loved Tamil. and he hasn't done anything about it. After all, this is something, this is a political statement of all concerned. They have to take advantage of their language. And by the way, entire Europe are also linguistic countries. Don't underplay language in the center. Entire Europe. The language from France is different from Spain to Italy to Germany to 30, 40 countries, 40 languages. Therefore, to just come and say in India, you forget Tamil, we'll do this. It's
But
very
who is
unfortunate.
forgetting Tamil?
It is there forgetting Tamil. My friend there from BJP is there. Have they, why should he or those who represent the BJP, I politely ask, why don't you support the Tamil government, and say we want more funds instead of saying you do this, you do that. That would be very good for their party and very good for the state. Don't forget one more thing. Nobody says Sanskrit is dead or anything. No language is dead. Even the Dead Sea languages are alive still, though live scrolls. What they say is pointing out not enough work has been done on when money has been spent. You say universities are getting the money and what they're paying professors
But that's
and
not what he
others and
said.
vice chancellors.
But that's
And
not what he
nothing is
said.
done.
He didn't ask why funds were being allocated and they were not being used. Udayanidhi Stalin said, why are you giving 4 times, 5 times, 10 times the money to a language that's dead?
In a way, I will not go as far as he said. He was only demanding that what the Prime Minister said. I like Tamil very much. I want to learn Tamil. And he has shown concern. He has quoted from Tirukkural. All these things he has gone in. But what is the ground reality? Why not they take, Tamil is the oldest Indian language. It's been recognized as a classical language by UNESCO. Where is the importance for it that you're giving? You're not giving any importance. You see, I respect Sanskrit. I wish I knew it well. I wish I knew more of it because it's an ancient language and it's the mother of many, many languages. But is enough being done for it? Not at all. Not at all. The ancient Sanskrit transcripts and manuscripts were all there in Tamil Nadu, mind you, of all the funniest places. Manuscripts, where are they? There's nothing for them, except lip service. A lot of lip service is done. We are supporting Sanskrit. Are you against Sanskrit? Are you not supporting Sanskrit? Where have you done it? Where have you done it? You've done it nowhere. A few people are keeping the language alive and they're getting nothing out of it. I have read many complaints that those scholars and priests who are keeping the language alive, they get nothing. Therefore, it is definitely something to think about for the government of India.
Well, I'm glad that unlike Udayanidhi Stalin and many in the DMK, at least you believe that it's not a dead language and there are attempts that are being made to keep alive. But SG Surya, the DMK and its supporters, its allies come out and point out that this is stepmotherly treatment to Tamil Nadu, that you talk about the state, you talk about the Tamil language and its heritage and its culture, but that's all in words, that the BJP's words and actions don't match. How do you respond to that?
There are two debates in this pertinent issue. First of all, Udayanidhi was launching a book called Dravidam 2.0. The very word Dravidam is a Sanskrit word to begin with. If it is a dead language, why is he launching a book named after Sanskrit language, which is Dravidam, is the first question. Second question, I do not need to bully down some language to praise my own language, which is Tamil. I am very proud of my Tamil language. Even the Prime Minister has quoted many times that Tamil is the oldest language in this world, not Sanskrit. I'm very proud of my language. That does not mean I have to demean Sanskrit. I have to put down Sanskrit and I'll have to do things that are nasty to Sanskrit. The DMK was part of the central UPA government from 2004 to 2014. The funds allocated to Tamil is 75 crores and the funds allocated to Sanskrit is 675 crores, which is more than 10 times the fund allocated to Tamil. So the DMK had union ministers throughout 10 years. Why didn't they do anything to change this scenario? Because Sanskrit has 18 national universities in this country, which needs to be funded by the government. Tamil has only one central university, which needs to be funded by the government. So the proportionate ratio will always be unfair because 17 Sanskrit universities were established before 2014, before Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister. Do you want the government to stop funds to all the Sanskrit universities which were launched or started before Modi assumed office? There is no logic at all. We are telling you create more Tamil universities across the country. The central government is ready to fund. We have been telling this for the last 4 years to the DMK. They have not taken any steps. Even in the own state of Tamil Nadu, they have not taken any step to bring in one more national university after Tamil, which will be funded by the central government. You have not even given the proposal. So the point is, it will always be unfair because there are national universities created for Sanskrit from 1947, from the days of Jawaharlal Nehru, which needs to be funded. Because there are, if it is a dead language, why are there close to 2 lakh students who are studying Sanskrit course today? Please tell me. The same Tamil Nadu government to which Udayanidhi Stalin is part of. It has Tamil Nadu government appointed Sanskrit teachers in hundreds of numbers. Sanskrit is given as an optional language for the second language from standard 6 to standard 12, not in CBSE, not in international syllabus, but in Tamil Nadu metric syllabus. If it is a dead language, why Tamil Nadu government is teaching Sanskrit in schools? If it is a dead language, why University of Madras, which is under the control of Tamil Nadu government, is having a separate Sanskrit chair, separate Sanskrit teachers, separate Sanskrit students? We agree that Sanskrit is not a spoken language. Nobody is claiming so. But it is a treasure of our country. We need to preserve it. We have seen so many languages that have become extinct. If Sanskrit is a treasure, we need to preserve it. That is being done by the government from 1947 to today. You cannot just juxtapose things and say we are giving more funds there, less funds here. I think that is totally an unfair argument. Secondly, Udayanidhi Stalin's own sister, Sentamare, she runs private schools, group of private schools. All the schools teach Sanskrit. If it is a dead language, Mr. Deputy Chief Minister, why your sister-owned schools are teaching Sanskrit to students? Don't teach Sanskrit, at least in your own family schools. So your talks does not match with the actions. If it is a dead language, if it is against your policy,
So
your
as far
ideology,
as talks and words and actions not matching, Pularao, the same allegation is being put on the DMK as well. Uday Mahurkar, I'll just get you in, but Pularao, quick response to what the BJP has said.
One thing to say, I heard what Mr. Surya said. His sister, his mother, Stalin's daughter ran away from Russia. You know, Fidel Castro's sisters ran away from Cuba. Does it take anything away from Fidel Castro, from Stalin? It's not a valid argument. You see, the argument is, I heard Mr. Surya say, I don't deny his statistics, 19 universities, but what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they producing? Let them look at it. You will find they produce translators who are not doing anything. I'm sorry to say that. Not nice to run a negative campaign, but they're not doing anything. That was the complaint which it should be explored. Where is the money going?
Sure.
You can just set up universities for fun. So I do agree. We need all languages. I have no thing about it. You know, remember one thing. Languages created countries, created states in India. Countries merged because of languages. Countries went to war because of languages. They are very, very cautious. And the DMK
more reason why such kind of comments shouldn't be made. But Uday Mahurkar, this entire controversy started, and the foundation of the comment that Udayanidhi Stalin made was because of the disproportionately given funds to Sanskrit and not to other classical languages like Tamil. That's really the nub of where his comment comes from. I'd like to believe that there's more than just...
I see it as
I'd like to believe that there's more than just, you know, that simple math about, oh, let's have stepmotherly treatment towards one and have favorable feelings towards one language. There obviously is some calculation to it.
We have to look at it from a very, very different view. You see, this is part of a larger game plan to prove correct the Aryan invasion theory. Now, Aryan invasion theory has been proved wrong by leading scholars of the country, including Bhimrao Ambedkar. Ambedkar also was against Aryan invasion theory. So this is part of their larger game plan, which is to divide the society between outsiders and locals. You get my point? So you have to look at it from that point of view. And I mean, you see, he was calling names to Sanatan, the same gentleman, last year, a year before last, correct? So this is part of a larger game plan to encourage parochial politics for their own gains at the cost of unity of the nation. I'll put it that way. You see, what is their plan? What is their game plan? Their game plan is to play one section of the society against the other. Correct? So, Brahminism is associated with Sanskrit. Correct? Brahminism is associated with Sanskrit. So, they are attacking Sanskrit. So, basically, while BJP talks about, unifying the nation, rising above parochial feelings, parochial parties, here is a party and a leader which wants to divide the society for political gains. I think this is a larger view of the whole controversy.
But Mr. Mahorkar, the argument is also this, that you're spending all of this kind of money for preserving Sanskrit, for keeping it going, for ensuring that there are more people that speak Sanskrit, there are more people that read these translated works. But that's really not happening. That's the argument that Pularao on the panel was also making, that you're spending all this money, but where is the money going? There is no real proof to show that this money is being put to good use.
That is a different debate. You have to go into it. How funds allocated for Sanskrit are being used, it's a different debate altogether. And now, you see, he's comparing the money spent on Sanskrit with money spent on Tamil. If at all he wants an honest comparison, then he should compare the money that the government has spent on Tamil, Bengali, on ODC language, other regional languages, not Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a classical language.
But Tamil does have a tag of a classical language as well. But
Pularao wants to make a comparison, he should compare the money spent on Sanskrit by center with money spent by center on other vernacular languages, on Gujarati, on ODC.
But the argument of the DMK and its allies is that all of these are classical languages, but just one classical language seems to be more equal than everyone else. But Pularao, at least as far as Udayanidhi Stalin is concerned, there is definitely a pattern, and which is what seems to be irking the BJP, its supporters, and a lot of other people in this country.
Sanskrit is the mother of almost all languages.
Sure, I agree. It is a root language for many languages in India.
Pathway to go.
I agree with you.
It is a pathway for us to go to our roots.
I agree with you.
There is no comparison between Sanskrit and other languages.
I agree with you, but as far as the government of the day is concerned, the government of India is concerned, they have tagged all of these languages as classical Indian languages, which also includes Tamil. But Pularao, I want to ask you about the comments that Udayanidhi Stalin has made. And the larger pattern seems to be what the problem is, that you're trying to divide and take parochialism to such an extent that it is the only thing that it does is divide. Pularao, I believe you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself.
That's right. This whole thing did not start with Udayanidhi Stalin or his father Stalin or even Karnataka. The DMK movement started in 1920 in the form of Justice Party. That was the forerunner of the DMK. The Justice Party became the DK. The DK became the DMK. From the DMK, you got the ADMK. It's a 105-year-old movement. These, I will say what they are saying, is background noise in Tamil Nadu from 1920. Do you know that the first government in self-government in Tamil Nadu was a non-Congress party, the Justice Party? I'm sure my friend knows that. It was not a Congress government. It was a non-Congress party, the Justice Party of Madras Presidency, 1935. These are not new noises that suddenly he's discovered something. This is going on. And people there have heard about it and their ancestors for the last 105 years. The same thing. Now it has become much more mellow, much more soft, much more nuanced. And slowly, as there is more integration and you give space.
But this is not nuanced, Pularao. What he said about Sanskrit being dead, what he said about eradicating Sanatan Dharma, it's not nuanced at all. It's not something that a politician, somebody who's at the post of a deputy chief minister of a state should be saying.
If you want nuance, there's no other explanation for dead. Otherwise, it's half dead. He could have said that. What he meant was it is inert. Obviously, I can't speak for him. But what he was reading between the lines, he meant it was inert. It is inert. Go check out in your office, check out how many people are talking.
Isn't that more reason that there would be funds required to keep the language going? to
Yeah, but
ensure
not
that
to put it in,
there is an ecosystem that keeps the
see,
language going, unlike Tamil, which is spoken
it's not-
very
it's not
often,
going
and
anywhere.
by Udayanidhi Stalin's own admission that a large number of population speaks Tamil, unlike Sanskrit.
Yeah, large number speaks Tamil, and government should encourage Tamil, Telugu, other languages. If you want, the Prime Minister said, I'm surprised my two friends have not quoted him. The Prime Minister said, Mr. Macaulay, Thomas Babington Macaulay started this whole movement 200 years ago against India. Let's forget it. Let's go ahead. One of the best ways to do it is to reach out, fund, support languages like Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Cantonese, Odisha, what my friend said. That's not being done. That's not being done. You check out your facts and figures. The Prime Minister said that today. Let's forget Macaulay, who started this whole thing. Well, forget it. And do what? You encourage states, you call them, you have a language, you encourage all the languages in every state. There should be no problem.
Absolutely, and that pride in
But they're
one
not doing
language
it.
shouldn't come at the
But you
cost of
see-
prejudice against another. That's really
see,
important, SG Surya, isn't
no,
it? I mean,
the point
it's
is-
not a competition between languages. It's not a competition between states, and it really shouldn't come down to that.
Words
I am very surprised that why Mr. Pularao is not able to condemn Udayanidhi Stalin for this malicious remarks. We are not claiming, sir, 1 second, we are not claiming Sanskrit is spoken by so many crores of people. From the days of Jawaharlal Nehru, why Sanskrit is taken care by the central government is there is no state in India which speaks Sanskrit language. If you want Tamil, you have Tamil Nadu. If you want Malayalam, you have Kerala. You want Telugu, you have Andhra Pradesh. They have their own states to take care of their languages. Thousands of crores are being spent every year from the year 1947. Who will take care of Sanskrit? It is the central government which has to take care. We are not shy about it. It is plain truth, naked truth. Sanskrit is a treasure of our country, as told by Jawaharlal Nehru, as told by Indira Gandhi, as told by Manmohan Singh, as told by even Rahul Gandhi. So who will take care of Sanskrit? State governments are not ready to take care of Sanskrit. So it is the duty of central government to take care of Sanskrit, be it BJP, be it Congress. The Congress has established 17 universities in this country. Why? Because everybody thinks Sanskrit is a language that has to be preserved. Do you know what Jawaharlal Nehru has got to say about Sanskrit? I will read it verbatim. If I was asked what is the greatest treasure which India possesses and what is her finest heritage, I would answer unhesitatingly that it is the Sanskrit language and literature and all that it contains. Do you want to quote Rahul Gandhi? What is his opinion about Sanskrit? Rahul Gandhi says to the students of Sadh Vidya Sanjeevani Sanskrit Mahapathshala to promote Sanskrit language. He has also assured possible support from both the central and state government to promote Sanskrit and Sanskrit manuscripts. He also assured the Sanskrit people of a special package and a dedicated institute. What is the answer from Congress party regarding DMK's statement against Sanskrit? I don't understand. All we are telling is you have criticism about how Sanskrit universities are functioning. Let us have it as a different debate. Today the debate is whether Sanskrit is a dead language, whether we should shut down all the 18 universities where more than 3 lakh students are studying. Does Sanskrit have any value or not? If you think if it has got any value, the central government only can protect it because no state government will do it because none of the people speak Sanskrit in any of the states. That does not mean we'll have to bury our treasure. It should always remain so that the treasure should be passed on to the next
Absolutely, and like I
generations.
said, it's pride in one language shouldn't come at the cost of prejudice against another or at the cost of another language being derided, because that's really where it takes one step too far. And we do hope that there's some sort of clarification that comes in from the DMK or from the Tamil Nadu government at this. But I have to leave it there. I thank you all gentlemen for joining us here on Brastax. From Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, where the Congress swept elections in 2023, yet the DK Shivkumar-Siddaramaiah clash keeps flaring up under a thin veil of unity. It's 2.5 years in power for the Congress. This was allegedly the time when DKS was told that he would be given the opportunity to be at the helm of affairs. That clearly doesn't seem to be happening, and now murmurs are only growing louder. The so-called November Revolution chatter is grabbing the headlines now. Today, Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar said that factionalism isn't in his DNA. He reaffirmed that Siddaramaiah will finish his term as the Chief Minister. But that's what he says on record. Off the record, there are murmurs, there is hectic lobbying, there is muscle flexing by his camp MLAs, especially in the run-up to the cabinet reshuffle that we are going to be seeing in just a few days. He also did put out a cryptic post this morning where he talked about If there is labor, then there will be fruit. Was he expecting something for what he had done for the Congress party, for the state unit in the run-up to the elections and the fact that the Congress swept elections in Karnataka? He also revealed that a batch of MLAs rushed to Delhi to lobby the High Command before a cabinet reshuffle. That was for themselves, he said, and not for the CM's post. Siddaramaiah too came out and said that the leadership's decision is going to be final and that there is absolutely no issue between him and his deputy in the state. Both camps seem to be putting up a brave face. Both of them have put the ball in the court of the Congress High Command, who so far has remained completely mum, even as they have entertained these individuals, these MLAs from both camps, who've come to the national capital and met with them. While DK Shivkumar says that these MLAs are only lobbying for plum posts for themselves and not really making a pitch for him as the Chief Minister, the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says that it is me who is going to be presenting the next budget as well. I am here to stay, and if the High Command decides that it has to go another way, then both me and DK Shivkumar will have to comply. Is that going to be the case? Is that what MLAs and supporters of both camps going to actually agree to? Well, we'll have to wait and watch.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ರೀಶಫಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ, ಯಾರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರ? ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಿಂದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ನಾನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀನಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ನೂ ನಾನೇ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ? ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
Making a group is not there in my blood. All 140 MLAs are my MLAs. Honorable Chief Minister decided he will reshuffle the government. He will reshuffle the government and cabinet. So all of them are interested that they wanted to become ministers. It is quite natural they will go and meet the leaders of the Delhi. It is quite natural they will go out of the Delhi to meet leaders in the Delhi. Apart from that, what I can say, they have every right. I have not taken anyone. Some of them went and met Karge Saab. Along with Chief Minister also they went in the plane, some of them. What is wrong? They are going, it is their life, whether no one has called them, but voluntarily they are going and showing their faces.
What you're seeing in Karnataka today is pure power play and muscle flexing. So Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has made it very clear that any decision that has to be taken will come from the High Command. And he has said that be it himself or DK Shivkumar, they need to fall in line with what the High Command says. Very clearly, the ball is in the court of the Congress High Command. You have delegations that are going who are supporters of DK Shivkumar flying to Delhi, trying to meet the High Command as well. You also have dinner meetings that are taking place of supporters of Siddaramaiah and discussing how many people are actually backing him and as well what they should do. These two dinner meetings that we are also seeing are very important. Number one, the people who are supporting Siddaramaiah are basically saying that not only are they going to be backing him completely as Chief Minister, but they also discuss about a possibility of a dark horse if the time arises for something like that. But we also know that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had made a call to Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC chief, and made it very clear to him saying that any such kind of delegations who are going in terms of showing support for DK Shivkumar is affecting the image of the Congress party, not just in Karnataka, but across the country as well. Also, Kharge has assured that he will find a solution to this as well.
Tragedy struck the Dubai Air Show today at about 2:10 p.m. this afternoon. An Indian fighter jet, Tejas Mark 1, crashed during a flying demonstration, sending thick black smoke billowing over the Al Maktoum International Airport. Spectators watched in shock as the single-seat aircraft plummeted to the ground. Emergency crews rushed to the site to rescue survivors and control the fire, but the aircraft was completely destroyed, leaving behind charred wreckage. The Indian Air Force, in fact, has confirmed that the pilot was also killed in the crash. Condolences have come in from across the border. We've come in from across the spectrum here in India as well. Raksha Mantri too condoling the loss of the fighter pilot. So what exactly transpired and what was this aircraft that crashed in Dubai? The crashed fighter jet Tejas Mark 1 is part of the 2 operational squadrons of the Indian Air Force. The 2 operational squadrons were both in southern India, from where 3 of these flew to Dubai for this air show. It's a 4th-generation fighter aircraft that is a part of India's arsenal. It is one of the 3 Tejas Mark 1s that were present and participating in the Dubai air show. There are at least 40 Tejas Mark 1 aircraft that are used by the Indian Air Force for its operations currently. Now, an important aspect of the Tejas is that it has deliberate aerodynamic instability, which allows it to be highly agile during combat maneuvers. This characteristic demands a sophisticated fly-by-wire control system that constantly makes micro-adjustments to keep the aircraft stable in flight. While only a thorough investigation can find out what actually happened in Dubai today, videos from the air show indicated that the light combat aircraft suddenly lost altitude while trying to regain level flight after completing a loop maneuver. Could that be the reason? Well, negative G in aviation refers to forces that are acting on an aircraft and its components in the opposite direction of normal gravity. These forces are typically experienced during aerobatic maneuvers, sudden descent, or severe turbulence. If not properly managed, negative G can lead to disorientation of the pilot, loss of consciousness, sometimes blood pooling in the head of the pilot as well. Now, pilots do undergo specific training to manage and mitigate the effects of the negative G forces during these kind of operations. We don't know if this is what happened in this particular case. Only a thorough investigation will reveal that. There's already a court of inquiry that has been instituted by the Indian Air Force, which will get us more details of what exactly transpired. But experts do say that the recovery failure of this particular jet may have contributed to the crash. I do want to get in a very special guest that joins us here. Air Marshal Anil Chopra, former fighter pilot, is also joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us, sir, here on CNN News 18. You survived a Mirage 2000 crash. This was back in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. The scenes that we are seeing today, what do you make of it? What do you make of what may have happened today?
You know, every crash, I must say, is very unfortunate. More so if it's a fatal crash where the pilot, a very great professional, who is the best in the country, best especially chosen to do a display of this kind, is lost. And it really pains, and my condolences to the family. Now, we all have seen the videos, the visuals. I myself have been a flying display director at Aero India 2003. I understand the whole mechanics of carrying out an air show of this kind. The pilots are flying at the limits of the envelope of the aircraft. It's a display. You're trying to impress not only the public, but also the professionals and the possible people who could be buying that aircraft one day. So it is a very challenging task to carry out a display. Therefore, very mature and good fighter pilots or test pilots are carrying out these displays. Now, what we have seen today, of course, I'm not conjecturing, it has been a downward repositioning turn. Some people are calling it barrel roll, but yes, basically he's trying to reposition. And in the downward part of the maneuver, in the terminal part, there has been a mush. That means the speed and the rate of descent, our combination is such that the aircraft has gone into the ground. Now, again, as I said, many people have talked about, could it be a control failure, technical failure, engine thrust reduction at some stage? Anything can happen, could be an error of judgment, or error of assessment of the rate of descent. But I must tell you that, you know, I was the flying member of the court inquiry of Wing Commander Joe Bakshi, who crashed in a similar display at Palam Airport, flying the Mirage 2000. And I will tell you that the aircraft is fully serviceable when it flies. LCA has had a good track record, barring one aircraft which we lost earlier about a year back for a technical reason. This aircraft been fully serviceable, and there's unlikely that will be an issue. But you know, the court of inquiry will use a fine tooth comb. They will go into great details. They will look at sabotage. They will look at technical failure. They will read the FDRs of the past flights. They will look at the snags that would have been on this aircraft earlier. So great detail will come out. And mind you, there is a special crew which sits down in the air traffic control, which is specially created for the flying display, where the flying display director sits, and also an LCA pilot fully qualified on type would be sitting there to give advice or to make a corrective action if he deems fit. But the maneuvers are so dynamic that it is not possible or correct to interject as long as the pilot is carrying out maneuvers beautifully. Yes.
Air Marshal Chopra, you were once also in a similar situation. You ejected safely. Why do you think that this pilot wasn't able to? What could have been the reasons for that?
In my case, I had altitude, we had time, and therefore ejection was possible, and we were not doing a display, so they two were quite different. Yes, I did eject, the only air marshal in the world to have ejected in the rank of an air marshal, but in this case, in a display, the dynamics are absolutely very different. This is not the first time this has happened. There have been air crashes during air shows all over the world. Every 3-4 years, you have had an air crash, and there have been cases like in a Su-27 in a display hit the ground, and yet the pilots ejected and came out safely. Luckily, they didn't land in the plume of the fire that came out of the same aircraft. So everything is possible. But again, unfortunately, the pilot is no more. We do not know what was in his mind, what was the decision-making matrix, what was he going through, and how he was trying to, continue with the display. So it's not appropriate to compare the two. They were totally different situations. Yes.
Sure, I agree with you there, completely different situations, but just to get a sense of what could have happened, because we do not want to speculate into what may have happened. We, of course, will wait for the Court of Inquiry to conclude, for the IAF to come out and give us exact details of what has happened. But it is still an unfortunate loss, Air Marshal Chopra, that we're dealing with, which is why we're talking about this in the first place. And I do want to ask you this. We were talking about the FDRs, the flight data recorders, and the data which perhaps will give us an inkling and be a part of the investigation as well as to what happened. But given what has happened, the kind of scenes that we have seen, you must have seen the visuals as well. What are the chances of the recovery of the FDR? What are the chances of, getting accurate data from that?
The FDR is normally hardened. It is, placed in such a place that it is caters for a possible crash. We've seen in the recent Air India 171 case, where the whole aircraft, practically everybody barring one person died, and yet we were able to take out the FDR. It took time there because it was a large aircraft, it got into a building, but here it's open ground, it's a desert airfield, and therefore the FDR recovery might have already been done by now. We do not know, because people move very quickly. The crash crew moved very, very fast. The LCA crew, technical crew who would have been there with the aircraft which would have gone from here, they would have already moved there and might have already retrieved it. So, of course, it pains because it's an indigenous aircraft. It's our flagship aircraft. After the Marut HF-24, this is the first big aircraft that, program that we are running in the country. It's important for us that it succeeds. It has to replace the MiG-21s in large numbers. We have already committed to more than 200 aircraft, including Mark 1A. So therefore, it is all the more painful. Some of the others who are not great friends of India, they might, try to make an issue out of it, to try to belittle us, but doesn't matter. This is a time for us to be strong, and I'm sure that we, as a nation, we will pick up from where we are. And we know that these are the risks of not only fighter flying, but especially of the display flight.
And Air Marshal Chopra, the Tejas is believed to be one of the safer fighter jets that we do have. Since 2016, since the time it's been inducted in that one decade, we've only seen 2 such crashes. One happened in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. So there is reason to believe that this is an aberration, really.
If I may use a phrase, nazar lag gayi hai usko. LCA is an aircraft. We analysts who write about the LCA and AMCA program all the time, and we were all the time praising the flight safety record till finally we lost one about a year back because of technical failure. Yes, it's had a good track record. I met the pilots and technicians who have been working on the aircraft. The pilots are very happy. The handling qualities are very good. The fly-by-wire system is exceedingly good. And a lot of weapon integration had already taken place. The technical people are happy with the servicing schedules that they have got. They have got improved now. With 1A, it will be even better. So I think the aircraft was doing very well, but we know that about 4 or 5 days back when the aircraft was performing in Dubai, some of the Pakistani Twitter handles were making some nonsensical comments, if I may use that word. But that's okay. We are a big nation. We are here to succeed, and we are looking forward to more LCAs and the AMCA subsequently joining the Indian Air Force.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi begins a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in Johannesburg. This year's gathering also marks the 4th consecutive G20 summit hosted in the Global South. On the sidelines, Prime Minister Modi will join the 6th IBSA summit with leaders of Brazil and South Africa to review cooperation and explore ways to deepen their strategic partnership. During this visit, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold key bilateral meetings to strengthen partnership and reinforce India's commitment to multilateral cooperation. Now, India and South Africa have worked very closely through this G20 cycle, sharing concerns especially about debt relief, climate finance and the need to amplify the voices of emerging economies in global forums. In fact, Prime Minister Modi left early this morning. In his departure statement, he said that this will be a particularly special summit, given that it would be the first G20 summit being held in Africa. During India's presidency of the G20 in 2023, the African Union had become a member of the G20, which makes it extremely special for India. Prime Minister Modi added that the summit will be an opportunity to discuss key global issues and that he will represent India's perspective at the summit, which is in line with India's vision of one Earth, one family and one future. During the visit, he said he looks forward to his interaction with the Indian diaspora in South Africa, which is one of the largest outside of India. Now, at the summit, Prime Minister Modi will outline India's views on the G20 agenda, and he's scheduled to speak in all of the 3 sessions that are based on the theme of solidarity, equality and sustainability. This presents a key opportunity for India. A strong emphasis on countering terrorism is anticipated. India has consistently pushed G20 members to act collectively against countries that support or finance extremist networks. Prime Minister Modi is likely to urge this grouping to once again adopt a firm position on terrorism in the joint declaration that comes out at the end of the summit. This year's summit continues the trend of Global South leadership. It marks the 4th consecutive G20 hosted by a developing nation. South Africa has placed issues such as debt relief, as poverty reduction and access to technology at the forefront of its agenda, and India is expected to push for that exactly, for a stronger South-to-South cooperation, including through India, Brazil and South Africa Forum. On the sidelines of the summit, Prime Minister Modi will be meeting several world leaders to discuss matters related to trade, to energy and to security. Now, the G20 summit in Johannesburg was meant to be a celebration, the first ever gathering of world's largest economies on African soil. But instead, it is set to be remembered for something entirely different, an empty chair. US President Donald Trump has decided to boycott the summit, turning what could have been a moment of global unity into a symbol of division. But the United States has now sought for a departure from tradition. They do want their inclusion in the G20. They want the inclusion of their representative, not of Donald Trump, at least a representative from the US Embassy in South Africa at the formal handover ceremony, because after South Africa, the next host of G20 would be the United States. But will South Africa agree? Well, the South African president has made it clear that he's not one to be bullied.
The G20 to fully live up to its mission of promoting international financial stability and deepening economic cooperation, there should be no unwritten rules about those who feast and those who must be settled for scraps. It cannot be that a country's geographical location or income level or army determines who has a voice and who is spoken down to. And it basically means that there should be no bullying of one nation by another nation. We are all equal.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team.
South Africa's High Commissioner to India says the G20 is simply too big to fail. Despite the US boycott, he insists that the summit will remain impactful. He also made it clear that Prime Minister Modi's presence is especially important. He called the Indian Prime Minister one of the world's most influential leaders of today.
Take us through the role that India and South Africa both have played and Prime Minister Modi has played in sort of mainstreaming Africa to G20, and how can both the countries help in aiding each other in this very deeply divided geopolitical climate?
Well, I think firstly we must again express our gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and India for having mainstreamed Africa during your presidency in 2023. It's unfortunate it took 18 summits for the African Union to become a full member, while the European Union from the outset was a full member. And had it not been for the initiative of India during your presidency, we are not sure whether the African Union would be around the table when the G20 convenes in South Africa shortly. So I think India has demonstrated that we have a long historical relationship between Africa and India.
President Donald Trump is hosting New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani in the Oval Office, the first face-to-face meeting for the two politicians since Mamdani was elected earlier this month. Now, the encounter comes after a bitter election campaign season in which Trump repeatedly labelled Mamdani a communist mayor, while Zoran Mamdani vowed to challenge the president on issues ranging from affordability to immigration. Now, although previous New York mayors have taken part in broader White House gatherings, a one-on-one Oval Office meeting marks a notable departure from recent precedent. So will they play nice or will there be fireworks? Here's what to watch out for.
I have many disagreements with the president.
The stage is set with Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani eager to talk about how President Donald Trump can help his city.
I want to just speak plainly to the president about what it means to actually stand up for New Yorkers and the way in which New Yorkers are struggling to afford this city and, frankly, cost of living.
And Trump perhaps not so eager to lend a hand.
It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York. Because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there.
Mamdani is a democratic socialist, not a communist, but he has been a sharp thorn in Trump's side.
Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
In the campaign, Mamdani routinely skewered the president in the town where Trump grew up and built his fortune over inflation, accusations of corruption, election interference, and so much more.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
For his part, Trump has questioned the citizenship of Mamdani, who is a naturalized American born in Uganda. Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo, who ran as an independent for the mayor's job, and he declared if Mamdani won, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival. Perhaps the toughest clash came as Mamdani pledged to fight Trump's amped-up efforts to arrest suspected undocumented immigrants.
What you're doing is kidnapping.
I will be a mayor who will finally turn the page on this chapter of our city. A mayor who not only defends but is proud of our sanctuary city laws. One that recognizes that they are laws that keep us safe.
Trump's answer?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
All that has the two men in such wildly opposite political corners. Some analysts suspect, even as the president and mayor-elect are touching gloves ahead of this meeting,
We want to see everything work out well for New York.
they are also bracing for a brawl.
I'll be ready for whatever happens.
Yeah.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. A lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate.
Viewers, I want tonight to begin by addressing those individuals, sadly some among us, who are today rejoicing that the IF has lost the LAC Tejas aircraft in Dubai. A section of Indians is building a narrative that the Tejas crash is a reflection on the aircraft, the competency of Indian pilots, and worse, the capabilities of Indian manufacturing. This lobby, viewers, has spread a fake video of an oil leak that they say bedeviled the Tejas. This lobby has gleefully politicized the crash, saying it is a metaphor for Modi government's crashing stock in India. Viewers, don't fall for this. The Tejas is one of the best of its class. The pilot was one of India's best, perhaps the best. This jet was part of 2 operational squadrons of the IF. This jet, viewers, has seen operations. It is one of 3 present at the Dubai Air Show. Viewers, this Tejas Mk1 has been integrated into our forces. It's a 4th generation fighter aircraft. One of 3 present at the Dubai Air Show. And remember, viewers, one of 40 Mk1 aircraft used in Indian Air Force operations. From what we're being told, the aircraft made a negative G maneuver. You can see it on your screens. An aerobatic turn that is not just part of the training repertoire, but also very natural. Second nature for a plane like the Tejas to execute. The plane has several redundancies built into it, which makes it almost immune to failure. Its most critical operating systems, its fly-by-wire machinery, is made indigenously. The negative G maneuver aircraft is pushing the aircraft in the opposite direction of gravity. The pilot is subjected to force that can feel like being pushed upwards. Experts say Tejas was performing a negative G turn before the crash. A negative G turn can sometimes lead to the temporary loss of consciousness in pilots. But the pilots receive special training to handle these forces. That is part of the rough and tumble of being the vanguard of India's forces, viewers. The squadron will of course be besides itself with grief because the Tejas has a spotless record, almost spotless. This is only the second crash it has been involved in the last 24 years. 24. In 1983, the LCA project was launched to replace the MiG-21. In 95, the first technology demonstration rolled out. It was hit by some sanctions, this program, viewers. But in 2001, the TD-1's first successful flight took place. In 2007, the PV-3 achieved supersonic flight. In 2013, the first Tejas squadron is planned for the IAF. And in 2015, the first series production aircraft delivered. In 2016, number 45 squadron inducted with the Tejas jets. In 2019, the naval variant lands on IS Vikramaditya. In 2021, 48,000 crore deal for 83 Tejas Mk-18 jets is approved for induction, manufacture and induction. In 2025, Tejas Mk-1A takes a maiden sortie. To all those who are hoping that the crash will set back the Indian indigenous program, sap morale, and sow doubt, let me tell you that just about every leading air force across the globe has had to battle through similar tragedy. And the list is long. In August this year, Polish F-16 crash in random air show rehearsal. That was the random air show rehearsal. The pilot was killed. In March 28 this year, Pitt's S-1 crashed during aerobatics at Avalon Air Show. In March this year, an Air Machi MB326 crash in West Coast Air Show. The pilot also died. In 24 of October, Extra 300L crash Atlas Air and Space Expo. The pilot again passed away. In October 2024, experimental Coughlin Fokker D, 8 replica destroyed in New York. The list is long, viewers. I can go on and on, quoting from history. In June 2nd, 2024, 2 Yak F-52s collide at the Beja Air Show in Spain. Pilot is killed. The IAF will bounce back and nothing will damage its reputation because the world knows that the Tejas is the leading aircraft in its class. But let's speak to some level-headed experts, some veterans, to get a sense of what could have triggered the crash and the larger implications. Air Marshal Anil Chopra is here with us. He's a survivor of the Mirage 2000 crash. He ejected on time. He's a fighter pilot of great renown. And I want to begin with you first, Air Marshal Saab. And of course, we have with us somebody who has been at the apex of the Air Force, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, former DG Inspection and Safety of the IF, no less, viewers. But I want to first go across to Air Marshal Chopra. Air Marshal, sir, could you break this down for us? You've been in a situation like this yourself. What do you think has happened? What can you make out from this maneuver that was captured on camera?
Okay. Yeah, so, firstly, I must say it's most unfortunate to lose a fighter aircraft, the LCA, indigenous aircraft in a foreign soil during a display air show, and very sad to see that the pilot it's been a fatal crash. We have lost the pilot, a great professional, specially selected, the pilot who had done many displays earlier and had practiced until this morning. The displays have been going on so beautifully. So this is very, very unfortunate. Yes, the aircraft during air displays, they are flying at the limits of the envelope of the aircraft. It is a display. They are at low levels. They are at high Gs. They are trying to impress the masses. They are trying to impress the customers who are possible contenders. LCA is, in its 24 years of flying, has had a great record. Only in the last a year, this is the second time we have lost. The earlier one was not in a display. It was because of a technical failure. And this time, of course, we have lost in a display. Now, I have been a fighter pilot, a test pilot. I've been witness to air displays again and again of various types. And when we had this Mirage 2000 crash on an air display on an Air Force Day in 1988, 89, I was an eyewitness, and I was also the flying member. So I can tell you that to watch a display and a crash like this is most painful for a spectator and for us professionals. The pilots who are flying this are trained extensively, not only for the maneuvers. There are these cutoffs, height and speed cutoffs at different parts of the maneuver. They are closely watched. Every display of theirs is videographed, and that video is used to debrief every sortie. Also, their flight data recorders are also analyzed after each flight to see the trends and what could have happened in this particular accident. Very early conjectures. We should not be doing that. A court of inquiry has been already ordered, and I'm sure they will come out with great details. They use the fine tooth comb to go into very many great details of what goes on. They look at the serviceability status, they look at the past snags, they look at the pilot status, his medical status, etc., etc. So it is going to be a great, amount of details which will come out. But from the maneuver that you see, you can make out that he is doing a repositioning downward turn.
Repositioning, downward turn. Air Marshal, let me ask you, because a key feature of the jet is its Martin Baker 00 ejection seat. Now, why do you think the pilot was not able to eject, sir?
Yeah, so undoubtedly it has a Martin Baker seat with 00 ejection. Of course, 00 means if you are in level flight and at 0 speed on the ground on the runway, you could actually eject and be absolutely safe. But sometime in a descent, and when the pilot is trying to maneuver the aircraft to safety, and as it is, he is flying to the limits of the aircraft's capabilities, he's quite sure that the aircraft will be able to come out of that descent, because it's a planned maneuver. It's not the sort of uncontrolled maneuver that he's doing, but there could be an error of judgment or some other technical reasons why the mush didn't take place. Now, there have been incidents in the past where even after hitting the ground, the pilots have ejected and come out safely. And we remember the Su-27 pilots, the two pilots who came out after the aircraft had hit the ground during a downward maneuver of a similar nature. So why and what will come out from the flight data recorder that will be seen later by the court of inquiry, and rest all what we talk of right now will be conjectures.
Let me bring in the former Air Chief, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, distinguished officer here with us. Air Marshal, obviously, commiserations. We now know the identity of the pilot, Wing Commander Namanch Seal, one of India's bravest sons. It's a very trying time for his family, trying time for the IAF family, and of course this nation. It takes a lot to go up there, Air Marshal Saab. So just talk us through what were some of the training procedures that you undergo to counter this sort of, to ensure that you are capable of flying a craft like this? How many man hours would you have put into training? And what do you think might have gone wrong, sir? When they say a negative G roll, what do you mean by this?
To fellow panelists and your viewers, Air Marshal Chopra has just covered the aspects. What I amplified and add a few more points, like you asked, Rahul. First and foremost is that this maneuver is done at an altitude which has been practiced again and again. There is no maneuver which is done which has not been cleared. There is a flight director, there is a flight path control, and there is one pilot on ground which is continuously briefing the other pilot as to how the maneuver is going. Say at an altitude of 1 kilometer, example, you have not got the correct height or speed to dive into for a loop, the alternate maneuver is done. So there are various checks and balances, and after a few crashes wherein the display aeroplanes have gone into public, there are lines drawn laterally and height-wise. So you have to remain within that confined area. You have to maneuver. One such thing which came to my mind, and I heard some other people speaking on the channel, is the time of the day. Yes, it matters. The performance of the aircraft is, dependent upon the temperatures. The same aircraft in the same condition in the morning will have different performance parameters. The same aircraft in the afternoon, and the same thing I covered on your channel when I was there when Air India 171 aeroplane crashed. That it was afternoon time, fully loaded aeroplane. Probably if the timings and the temperatures are different, the margin available to the pilot to recover in an unusual situations is much more in colder conditions. But notwithstanding, we cannot at this stage say why he could not come out of the roll. Now this height has been fixed. He would have been constantly being spoken to by the controllers, the flight path controller, and he would have had his indications to abort the maneuver in case he was going below the height. But why he could not come out, nobody can say at this stage. It could be a bird hit, which I don't know, but could be a fly-by-wire failure, some mechanical failure. The pilot may be trying to relight in case an engine failure has taken place. We don't know. So the gap available between the ground and this is too low. So the reaction time is in seconds, and he has to, one fails to understand why he could not eject timely. That is the question you asked. But we would not be able to pinpoint till we have recovered the flight data recorder, we have recovered the CVR and other. I'm sure the team would be on its way to collect the required information. And there's a procedure and SOP with which we do the accident investigation. And like Air Marshal Chopra just covered, it begins from the pilot's rest to the refueling, to the replenishment of oils, to snacks, other things. So they'll go into every aspect, including sabotage.
Well, that's why we cannot get ahead of ourselves, viewers. But let me bring in Wing Commander Sudhakaran, sir. Wing Commander, margins are very small. That's what they say. Margins of error, very, very tight. What do you mean by this? What does one mean by margins of error are tight?
See, what is the space that you've got to operate? Where you can commit an error and you can get out. Right? So that's what I can likely put in the layman's language. Having said that, I just shared a video with your personnel. I just happened to receive it an hour back, and that gives a better picture of why this happened. It's a 1-minute video in which the last 10 seconds very clearly, all the while throughout the day I've been seeing the a 15-second video which doesn't conclusively establish anything. This 1-minute video which I've given to your colleague very clearly establishes what has happened because it has gone into a barrel, it has gone into a road and then it has tried to take which by the time the height has dropped to less than 100 feet. Now, how I say this in 100 feet is, you see those fences. That's roughly around 20-25 feet. I think the highest, in fact, I was in Dubai last month. So, having looked at the my estimation of the height of the fences is around 20-25 feet. This is just about 3 times the height that the aircraft has reached. By the time it completed the roll and the cockpit was upside down, it was facing the ground. So there was no way that the pilot could have ejected at that point, and when he recovered, he had already gone far more lower, and then probably he entered into a mush scenario. And in a mush scenario, the key characteristics of a mush is probably, it generally has a very high angle of attack, wherein the lift is degraded. The pilot believes that he is seeing the sky and he is on the upward trend. But the aircraft is not actually behaving the way that he is believing it to behave.
Okay.
So these are some of the factors, and probably he had 2 to 3 seconds. So that's
that's the margin of error, 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, let me bring in Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what is disturbing is that this is being misrepresented. Now, who could be behind all of this? Why are we seeing so much negativity?
So, Rahul, that is part and parcel of social media. When you democratize information, you're going to get a lot of people that jump on board every bandwagon and, start looking at an American conspiracy with the engine, a British conspiracy with the ejection seat, a Romulan conspiracy from some other galactic star system, God knows what. It is best to ignore the noise and focus on what we know. First of all, air shows are much, much more. The same fighter operating in combat conditions will go down far less than the same aircraft operating at air shows. Why? Air shows push the limit much more significantly sometimes than operations. For example, what the Americans tell me is for an F-18 to evade a missile coming in at about 11G, they just need to pull about 3G. All right, that is their operational philosophy out there. I presume we follow the same operational philosophy for the Tejas. It could be the French one. I don't know. But the kind of displays we pull off at air shows are meant to wow. They take the operational parameter much higher than routine flights do. This is standard, which is why you will see more Sukhois end up crashing at air shows. There was that very sad Ukrainian air crash that killed 120 people. You remember the Italian display team, the Frecce Tricolori, had the, I think it was at Ramstein Air Base in the 1990s or 80s that had a terrible air crash. These are great feats of precision flying, which are much big. The probabilities dictate that they are always much more fatal. The second thing is, irrespective of what the air marshal said, had this been done at altitude, you could have recovered much closer to the ground. Your recovery time is non-existent. If this happens at 40, 50,000 feet, you can just switch off the engine, allow it to, rest a bit, then restart the engine and everything's back to normal. That doesn't happen near the ground. Why do you do it near the ground? If you actually look at the tactics being followed, why these high G tactics and why this low? This was very common once upon a time when you had to fly low to evade high-flying anti-aircraft missiles, and you had to pull off these barrel rolls and things like that for evasion purposes. I want to repeat this as clearly as I can. It is not a testament either to the aircraft or to the pilot at all. We need to wait for a detailed investigation, find out what happened, because this can happen to the best of aircraft and to the very best of pilots. Nobody is exempt from it. Probabilities kill.
Well, our prayers tonight, of course, with the family of the brave pilot, a man who had steeled himself to fly high. And wherever he is, he's going to always look down on our nation, and he'll always be there, a winged sentinel. looking out for us. Viewers, let's move on. Let's move on. There's a lot more to cover tonight. This has been a sad day, but there are bigger stories. A plot straight out of the ISIS playbook has exploded in Kerala, viewers. Just when we thought we were unraveling the Al-Falah plot, we now have this new shocker to contend with. Yes, viewers, this is the alarming story of an alleged radicalization chain that begins, and you won't believe this, in a family home and ends in the shadow of a global terror network. As the Al-Falah revelations deepen, investigators say a 16-year-old boy was being groomed for ISIS, not by recruiters in some distant war zone, but by his own mother and her partner, his stepfather. Kerala police have invoked the toughest anti-terror law, the UAPA, after uncovering claims that the couple showed ISIS propaganda videos while living in the UK, then placed the teen in an Islamic school on returning to India, where teachers allegedly flagged disturbing behavioral shifts. Viewers, the couple under the scanner have dismissed the claims. They instead accuse the minor boy of being influenced by estranged in-laws, the woman's in-laws, to frame the couple. But the evidence is mounting against the couple, placing them in a precarious position. In fact, there is now a demand for the NIA to get into investigating this case because there is an apprehension that it has, once again, links which could be global. The Kerala police has registered the case, as I told you, under the UAPA. The facts now are appearing in black and white, viewers. The grooming allegedly began in UK. The child then returns. He's placed in Islamic school. Teachers report behavioral changes. The couple, of course, protests as they're being framed. All of this is building up. But, viewers, let me tell you, even if there is a shred of truth to this, and I don't want to prejudice the investigations, but if there is, then, viewers, as you know, the ISIS needs no introduction. Its agenda, as you know, friends, is to plant the flag of Islam in multicultural societies, turn them into caliphates, especially modern and secular democracies like India. Yes, viewers, what does the ISIS aim to do? If you open its manifesto and you read through it, 4 basic aims. Establish a global caliphate through violent overthrow of governments, especially secular democracies, use of extreme brutality as psychological warfare, including mass executions, beheadings staged as spectacle, and you know what I'm talking about, you've seen those pictures in the past. Enforce rigid, distorted interpretation of the Sharia, promote global jihad through recruitment and radicalization. All this, viewers, even as sections of the ecosystem, this so-called secular lobby in this country, continue to insist radicalization is a myth. They give fire cover to it from Kashmir to Kerala. They say that this is all a reaction. This radicalization in India is a reaction. It's a reaction to the conditions that Muslims find themselves in. The prejudice that they seem to face, viewers. Tonight we ask, when parents themselves prepare a child for jihad, people who don't seem to have faced any discrimination, whose life chances have not been affected or impacted in any way. In fact, they lived in the UK, they're upwardly mobile. If these type of people can prepare a child for jihad, can groom a child for jihad, can society afford this culture of denial? Especially a multicultural society like ours. And viewers, let's open this up. And I have to tonight ask some very, very, very straight and honest questions. And I want to first begin with Syed Fazal, a Kashmiri political analyst. Now, Mr. Fazal, look, politicians from Kashmir have sort of taken it upon themselves to suggest that all of this is the behavior of misguided youth, that this module, for example, that appears from Kashmir, recruited from Kashmir, is just full of people who lost their way, or as Mehbooba Mufti and some others seem to suggest, are reacting to the circumstances they find themselves in. Now, you look at Kerala, you look at this couple, clearly they are not faced with the situation that you allege some people find themselves, which alienates them in Kashmir. There is none of those parallels. But who are they recruiting for? The ISIS. The ISIS which is self-radicalized. And where is the ISIS functioning? In Islamic countries, where there is no RSS, there is no Hindu majority, there's nobody to basically drive them up the wall and become jihadis. Mr. Syed Fazal, somewhere I think moderate Muslims, and I'm sure you're one, will accept that there is something very rotten at the core here. And you will take ownership and perhaps now send out a message to a large number of youth, to people who are falling for this claptrap, that look, the majority moderate Muslim will not stand for this. And I hope, sir, that you will lead the protests on the streets of Kashmir and other parts of this country.
See, there are two things to be made very clear, that anybody who chooses the path of violence for any terrorist organization across India or outside will face the consequences equally. Secondly, I have firm belief in my security forces and the intelligence forces that they will find the root cause of this case, especially where the parents are preparing their child for ISS. Thirdly, the term ISS has Islam in it, but it has nothing to do with the religion, because there are many Islamic scholars in India and abroad also who have clearly given fatwa against these organizations. So connecting these organizations to a particular religion, I think we should avoid this, because it will increase the already existing, communal conflict that we see in some places in India or abroad as well. But at the same time, I would definitely point this out, that Islam has no space for terrorism, and any form of terrorism, be it in Kashmir, be it in Kerala, or be it in any part of the world, it is unacceptable.
Okay, let me bring in, I have my thoughts on what you have said, but let me bring in BJP's national spokesperson, Sanju Verma. Islam has no space. This is not us. We don't represent this. Yet these people from ISIS want to impose Sharia, which is at the heart of, I don't know, but I think some ideology, isn't it?
Rahul, I always say that more dangerous than the terrorists are the terror apologists, because the terrorists have gone back to a point of no return. But look at the terror apologists. They sit day after day on primetime television and are so casual about normalizing terror. Look at, Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP. She says, why are young Muslims being targeted and victimized? Why are their families being interrogated? And Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, is the same lady who a couple of months back had said that Jai Shri Ram is a war cry that is provocative, that is inflammatory, that is incendiary. But this is the same lot which has absolutely no problem with Gustake Rasool ki ek hi saza, sartan se juda. Tab ye kehte hain, but Islam does not condone violence. Why are you bringing religion into it? I say this with a lot of responsibility. Terrorists have names and terror has a religion. That religion is radical Islam, or if you want, you can call it political Islam. I want to say one thing, Rahul. Who were the perpetrators of the Kashmiri genocide of 1990s? It was radical Islamists. The 26/11 Mumbai blast, radical Islamists. The German Bakery blast, radical Islamists. The Chinnaswamy Stadium blast, radical Islamists. The Rameshwaram Cafe blast last year,
have you heard
the Coimbatore blast,
statement of Ajit Doval recently?
The Jaipur blast, radical Islamists. The Ahmedabad blast, radical Islamists. The 10/11 blast involving 6 doctors, including one of them, that suicide bomber, Muhammad Umar Nabi, who actually said, "Ye to shahadat hai. This is martyrdom. Hum jannat jayenge जाएंगे, 72 हूरें नसीब होंगी. So this, we sit here and we make mockery of this 72 hoors business, but for them, this is jihad. And what did one, radio jockey say? Her video of 2020 is now viral on social media. She says jihad does not mean holy war. Jihad simply means struggle. And kafirs, the word kafir does not mean non-believers. Kafir हम सिर्फ उनको बुलाते हैं who try to hide or conceal their religion. Now, why would a Hindu try to conceal his religion? हम तो, बड़े गर्व से माथे पर टीका लगाते हैं, चंदन लगाते हैं, रुद्राक्ष पहनते हैं, जनेऊ पहनते हैं, कलावा पहनते हैं. So basically, the idea of converting Darul Harb into Darul Islam, that is what the Hadith endorses. And that is what lot of these radical Islamists endorse. You scratch the surface of a moderate Muslim and out comes a radical Islamist. You just scratch the tip of the iceberg.
So Mr. Kashani wanted to come in and respond. 1 second. He raised his hand.
Yes.
He wants to respond, Mr. Abbas. 1 second. Yes.
I opened this debate in my opening remarks. I clearly said that Islam condemns every form of terrorism. Now,
so can I ask you, Mr. Kashani, on that point? On that point. 1 second. 1 second. On that point, I hope you condemn the Sartan Se Juda slogans that have reduced.
Definitely yes.
So let me then ask you. I hope you then condemn, by extension, the people who actually actualize these, like Burhan Wani. I hope you condemn Burhan Wani.
Definitely.
And I hope you condemn all those people who turned out in the streets for Burhan Wani carrying his janaza to his grave and demanded that there should be a memorial built for him. I just hope you do that, sir.
Definitely I do. But it is very convenient.
No, but what?
It is very convenient for Sanju Verma to link
1
this
second.
with religion.
Why?
I want to ask her who killed Gandhi.
No, but
have you read the statement of Mr. Ajit Doval that ISIS has recruited more Hindus?
Your radical Islamist ideology is the single biggest reason for
what
terror
would you
attacks
say?
globally.
What would you say on Ajit Doval's statement? What would you say on Ajit Doval's statement who claims that more Hindus are recruited by ISI?
These are all radical Islamist organizations. Hindus do not say Jai Shri Ram and then bleed people. बम नहीं छोड़ते हम.
इस देश में रहना होगा, जय श्री राम कहना होगा. ये कहाँ से आया?
जय श्री राम कहकर लोगों का गला नहीं काटते. आप तो अल्लाह अकबर कहकर बम छोड़ देते.
Okay. Let's pipe down. Let me open this up. Just 1 second, Mr. Kashani. 1 second. Look, viewers, there is now an equivalence that is sought to be drawn. Mr. Abbas will also try and draw it, and Mr. Gupta will listen and he will try and rebut him. So, Mr. Abbas, I just want to ask you a fundamental question.
Yes,
and this is no longer a question that we should duck. You see, when parents are grooming their child to join the ISIS, does this completely now negate this argument that they are doing so because they feel that they are discriminated against in this country? They are basically got a problem with the idea of India as it appears to them. In fact, if anything, if they stood for the forces that they believe, or they stood against the forces they believe are targeting them for their persuasion or their religion, they would be wanting to uphold the idea of India, which is an inclusive idea of India. They would be saying, no, we swear by the constitution, not by the manifesto of the ISIS. So I'm asking you, sir, tonight, there is a problem. It may not be your problem, it may not be Mr. Kashani's problem. I mean, maybe it's not affecting you, but certainly people in your community are being affected by the pull of a revanchist ideology that wants to turn the world into a caliphate. And you have to accept it. If you are not going to accept it, there is no cure.
Rahul Saab, this is a very important question, a fair question you've asked. It's a loaded question. So kindly allow me 2 minutes to be on your debate, sir, on CNN and your debate. I've cancelled 2 other channels. So just give me 2 minutes. The question that you ask to the recruiters, to the parents of that young kid, Sharm aani chahiye. Sharm aani chahiye. I condemn them. They are the biggest traitors of not just Islam, but this beautiful Watan. Our Prophet speaks of Hubbul Watan, love for the country, live for the country, your patriotism and your blood for your country. The fact is, let me tell you, there is no other better place in the world for Muslims than India. For a prophet says, your birthplace is bigger than even the Saudi Arabia and Makkah, which is the place of God. So through you, let me reach out to all my Muslim brothers and sisters. Therefore, to the parents of the kid who are trying to brainwash that kid, भारत की जो तमाम माएं हैं उनको कहूंगा मैं ऐसी औलाद पैदा करो जो इस देश के लिए मर मिट सके. Also, Rahul Saab, let me take this opportunity. I know there could be a certain section of our community could go against me. All those people like so-called Dr. Zakir Naik.
But why will they go against you,
brainwash
sir?
us.
But why will they go
Just-
against you? Are you
Because I'll
somebody
tell you.
who is
I will
moving
tell you
away
why.
from... No, 1 second. I'm asking you.
I
This is
will
a
answer.
fundamental question. Are you moving away from some fundamental, some prescribed doctrine that they should be upset with you, Abbas sir?
I will answer. There is a following of Zakir Naik which exists, who I believe is the following of the devil and evil. People who follow
No, but why?
him must
Why?
be
Why do
condemned.
these people exist? Because they've
I
not
think-
reconciled
I think-
themselves to the idea of India? Would that be the case?
I think they shouldn't.
Okay.
I have a larger
So,
point.
Mr.
to make. I
Gupta,
think I-
here
just
is the
30
crux.
seconds,
I
30
think
seconds,
Mr.
Rahul Saab,
Abbas,
please.
Mr.
Please, 30
Abbas,
seconds,
at
please.
least we must
Rahul
give
Saab,
it.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
please. Yeah, 30
Rahul Saab,
seconds. Yeah, okay, 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Also, I heard Sanju Verma ji, I'm glad that you're taking the stand against Mehbooba Mufti. But let us understand, ma'am, it was your same power-hungry party which formed alliance with Mehbooba Mufti,
Okay,
the
okay.
anti-national
Now,
Mehbooba Mufti.
Mehbooba Mufti also formed one minute. Mehbooba Mufti, you can flip the coin. This is now becoming political. Lower the faders. It's becoming political. No, I'm not going down this political route, please. You are making this political. We are making this temporal. 1 minute. Let me just bring in Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, this is very important. Look, if there are people who are going to target Mr. Abbas for sounding reasonable, there's a problem.
Absolutely, there is a problem. And the problem exists because we are not honest in addressing the causality of his radicalization. Syed Asad Abbas or Faisal Kashani may say anything, but the problem is that mother of a young boy has her own violent interpretation of the religious texts. That violent interpretation is her own, and it disagrees with what Mr. Abbas may think here. But the problem is, we as a society are not willing to accept that there are people who carry this own misinterpretation of the Holy Quran, and then they sort of use it to radicalize the people around them, and that needs to be addressed. That is the causality. You cannot look at.
Do you think there is a
50 years
time
ago.
now should we go in for a regulating sermons at the mosque and setting up de-radicalization camps, Mr. Gupta?
Absolutely, and the call should come from within the community. That is what I'm waiting for, Rahul. The call should come from the community, from the intellectuals of the community, that this is harming the community at large.
That's
This is
not
harming
happening.
the interests of the community at large. And
We
that is
haven't
what
heard those
everyone is
calls.
waiting for.
We
The
haven't
community
heard
needs
those
to
calls.
speak up.
Exactly.
The
I mean,
community doesn't need to. The community doesn't need to dodge the topic of the causality.
let me tell you,
cannot
viewers,
say,
when Yati Narsingh, whatever his name was, that horrible character.
Yati Narasimhananda.
Yeah, when he made those remarks, it was Hindus that went to file cases against him.
The
Hindus.
community, the community.
I'm not seeing that, viewers, here.
I will answer
The state
that,
is
Rahul
expected
Saab,
to.
if
No,
you allow me.
I've run out of time. I've run out of time, but I understand, sir. At least I must commend you for having the guts to stand up and look the problem in the face. Now, whether the face will bark at you and bite you, I don't know. But the problem is, I hope that is not the case. I hope more power to people like you. And I just hope, viewers,
And I just want to say, Rahul Saab,
that these people wake up. There's a zombie epidemic right now that is sweeping through. If we're very, very worried, very worried. Let me tell you, viewers, this is the #1 national security threat. I just want to move on because, viewers, we're going to turn our attention to something that is happening, which is rather unfortunate. India marks the 150 years of Vande Mataram, the national song penned by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, an immortal invocation to the motherland. But the celebrations have been blighted by politics, boycotts, and now apathy. Leading newspaper reports that the birthplace of the national song, where its legendary author and the pride of Bengal, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, wrote the hymn, lies in ruins. And you can look at those pictures to the right of your screens, viewers. Fighting for survival as the state government in Bengal couldn't be bothered with its upkeep. This disregard caps a series of calls by mainstream Muslim groups to Muslims to boycott the song. So not only, viewers, is the sanctum sanctorum where this song was written being neglected, but even the national song is being rejected, viewers. I'll give you a sample. And here I'm quoting, singing or reciting Vande Mataram is un-Islamic as it contains the expression of devotion that contradict the fundamental Islamic belief in the absolute oneness of Allah, Tawheed. Islam does not permit any act that involves worship or reverence directed to anyone or anything other than the Creator. So viewers, here you have Umar Farooq saying that for some of us, the motherland is not holy. Basically, Prime Minister Modi had hit back, saying the mindset that divided the song in 1937 still divides the nation today. We all know what the Prime Minister said. He said, unfortunately, in 1937, important stanzas of Vande Mataram, a part of its soul was separated. The division of Vande Mataram also sowed the seeds of partition. Today's generation needs to know why this injustice was done with this Maha Mantra of nation building. This divisive mindset is a challenge for the country. So what Narendra Modi said. The reference being made by the Prime Minister is to Nehru's Congress, which in 1937 bowed to Jinnah's veto and dropped stanzas of Vande Mataram. Many believe that this concession sowed the seeds of partition. Now here's a short timeline which allows you to understand the larger issue. In 1923, when Maulana Azad was party president of the Congress, Vande Mataram was sung in full at Congress events. It was not abridged. Jinnah's Muslim League then began opposing Vande Mataram to take Muslims out of the freedom struggle. In 1937, bowing to Jinnah, Congress Working Committee under Nehru's presidentship decided to sing only the first two stanzas or paras of Vande Mataram. In 1938, despite Nehru's concession on Jinnah, he wrote an article urging Muslims to not even accept Vande Mataram in any form, even if it was abridged, as Bharat Mata was not their Mata. Muslim groups today in Free India continue to oppose singing Vande Mataram because it salutes Mother India depicted as a goddess. Viewers, 8 decades later, we seem trapped in the same debate. Can Bharat Mata still be saluted by all her children, or must faith override fraternity? Is the apathy directed towards Vande Mataram born out of the expediency of appeasing a vote bank? Let's ask these fundamental questions, and this is fundamentally where the problem is. Viewers, let me first begin with Hindol Sengupta, who is a celebrated author and historian. Hindol Sengupta, I find now that there is a news report that suggests that not just the national song, which of course there are people who want to boycott it in this country, but also the birthplace of the song, where it was written, is neglected, blighted by disregard, so to speak. Is this the worst of appeasement politics that we're seeing? Is that the reason why this legacy is also sort of fraying, being allowed to fray?
I will be absolutely shocked and horrified to hear what I am going to tell you right now. For the last 2 years, I have been working on a new translation from Bengali to English of Anandamat, the book that gave us Vande Mataram, written by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. You will be shocked how few people, even in Calcutta, even in Bengal, remember today that Vande Mataram comes from such a book. This book has been purposely, first for 34 years by the communists, and later, of course, by subsequent governments. This book and the legacy of the song and the story and of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, which is a very powerful nationalist legacy, has been systematically, structurally, politically wiped out. And it is the disgrace to us as a Bengali race, Bengali people, to all Indians who died from the song, from this legacy, that this was systematically wiped out. Most Bengali children are not encouraged to learn about writing, are not even encouraged to read Andamat. It's a real tragedy.
So let me ask Monojit Mondol Sahab. Professor Mondol, look, we've got Hindol Sengupta. It's not to be taken lightly. Is the idea of Bharat Mata so repugnant today that we can't celebrate the hymn that honors her? Is that what's really happening?
I don't know why or not this is happening. And in fact, Mr. Sengupta's knowledge about Bengali is deeply inadequate. I challenge you, you go into the syllabus of my university, my department. This is Department of English, Jadavpur University. Google it, you'll find that this particular novel is taught by even English department. I'm challenging you, this is my department, and that is under the course called Understanding India. So please correct yourself. If your research is wrong, please come and meet us. And this is Jadavpur University.
So can I ask
People
you?
say that this is no. Hang on. No, let's have a sensible debate. Anandamoti is taught widely in this state, not just in the Bengali departments of the university, but I repeat, in my department, which is the Department of English, Jadavpur University, which is one of the best in the world, with 200 world ranking, QS ranking in the world. So please get your facts right. Do not mislead the people. You are supposed to be a scholar. Even I read your book. I referred to your book in my book. Please read my book, Shakespeare and Indian Nationalism, which has come out from a very reputed publishing house, simultaneously from New York and London. So please do not mislead people. I have a political identity, but I also teach. I also a very humble scholar, my dear friend.
Okay, so Professor, can I ask you a question?
Rahul?
Yes.
1 second. Just a follow-up question, and then I'll let the BJP
I have
come
also
in.
referred to the book by Mr. Sanjeev Sannal.
Okay,
on
so
the Hindu
one
Revolution.
second. I'm sure,
So
sir.
please
I mean,
read
look, your scholarship is respected. You know that.
No,
That's why
I'm not
you're
saying
on this
that
show. No, but
the
in any
facts-
case, you're
Yes.
humble and modest. But Professor, I want to ask you. Then why is if this is such a celebrated
Yes.
part
It is
of
celebrated.
the culture of not just Bengal, and we are talking about the pride of Bengal, then why are we doing such a discredit to his scholarship by only singing 2 stanzas or 3 stanzas? Why don't we sing the whole hymn?
Who is doing that? This was adopted in 1950.
Yes.
In fact, in 1937, the person who popularized the song, mind you.
No, but are you
the
saying that
person-
it wasn't abridged?
What are you saying? You don't allow me to speak. If you don't want to learn, then try learn.
on,
You
you've
ask
No,
me
I'm
to
trying to
speaking
get
for
a
so long.
clarification. What was adopted?
Who has neglected this song? Who is not saying Vande Mataram?
No,
It
no.
was the war cry of the revolutionists in 1896.
Okay.
Ever since it was sung in the Congress session of 1896 by Tagore family.
But it
by
was
Tagore's-
abridged, sir. It has been abridged post 1950. What I'm asking you is,
Yes,
why?
That's because the entire song cannot be sung every time.
Why?
The Vande Mataram, you can sing.
Why?
Who is stopping you not to sing?
No, but
You
why
can
can't
sing.
the entire song be sung?
Who is asking you not to sing? You
But
sing.
It's not
What is
allowed,
the
sir.
problem?
It's not allowed. You know this.
Allow it. We have no problem.
You have no problem. Why hasn't
Allow it.
Bengal allowed it?
Because
Rahul,
people
can I
are
please-
singing this since 1950.
Sir,
because
why
that was
hasn't
made a-
Bengal
that was
allowed
made a
the
state
full
song.
rendition in
That was
schools,
made a state song.
in colleges of Vande Mataram? This is a fact
Because
that it is not
that's
in
the
full
way
sung.
the state song was adopted.
Okay, I
This
think
is the
viewers,
law.
they're not telling you
change the
something
law.
here. They're not
You
telling you
change the
something
law.
here. Change the law. So a law has been
Yes.
made, viewers,
It's
to
a
abridge it.
state law.
And why isn't
Even
Bengal,
though- hang on,
the
Mr.
seat
Mr.
of
May I
our
please
renaissance,
come
wanting
hang
to
on.
lead?
Even hang on. Even Janagana Mana is abridged version.
Rahul, this
Right.
cannot be a
That's
monologue
law.
by the
Let
TMC.
me bring in.
Even Janagana Mana is
Okay,
abridged
let me bring in the
version. You
BJP
don't
national
sing the entire
spokesperson.
song.
The fact is
I please?
that the circumstances for abridging the song, viewers, the origin
Janagana
is
sung
based
that
in a
way only.
veto
It's abridged
by
version.
one community over another, or at least presumed
please?
over another.
There's no question of bringing in community. You are
Okay, no,
bringing
no, no.
in
You know,
Let me-
Rahul, you will have
the
to
BJP national spokesperson is coming in to correct the
Thank you.
record. Yes, to defend what Prime Minister Modi has also said. Yes. Abridged
Rahul,
to
very
appease.
quickly. Yes, and I did not interject, Mr. Mondal, so I hope he will not.
Who
do
is
that.
going to interject you? Why do you
Bhai Sahib,
presuppose?
please,
No,
don't
hang
get
on.
so
Why do you
rattled,
presuppose?
Rahul. What
You
is
don't need
wrong
to
with these
presuppose.
TMC
That's your
hooligans?
job.
Okay. Let's just
not
do what you
behaving
have to
like
say.
a hooligan.
Okay. Don't.
Thank
No,
you.
please. Don't have to. Let's not.
Thank you.
Every time
Professor
you
has
guys
also
are
taken his
Rahul.
time out. Yes.
Yes.
Ms.
I
Verma,
heard him
make your
very
point.
patiently.
Make your point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My limited point is this. There are 2 letters, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi even referred to this. One from Nehru in September 1937 to Ali Sardar Jafri, and the other from Nehru to Subhash Chandra Bose in October 1937. And what is the sum and substance of these letters? The fact remains that Vande Mataram initially had a little over 5 stanzas, and then the abridged version had only 2 stanzas. Why? I'm reading out from what Nehru said to the Congress party explaining his position in 1937. It is a question of not offending large sections of the people. Many Muslims feel they cannot join in singing verses which are an invocation to a goddess, obviously referring to goddess Durga. So every stanza that had a reference to goddess Durga or any, Indian god or goddess, those stanzas were summarily cancelled out. The cancel culture started way back in 1937, way before Nehru passed the first amendment of 1951 to curb freedom of speech and free expression. And I want to just say one thing. Which is the government which has changed, Ram Navami or Ram Dhenu to Indra Dhenu? Which is the government? Even today under Mamata Banerjee, there is a small village called Nalahati in Birbhum district, which has only 300 Hindu families. They have been disallowed. They have been prevented from celebrating Durga Pujo. And let me tell you, that in 2021-22, Hindus had to go to the court to celebrate Hanuman Jayanti.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a veto. Let me bring in the historian. Let me bring in Hindoor Sen Gupta. Hindoor Sen Gupta, why do you believe that this song has been abridged?
I am delighted that Mr. Mandal has read my work and perhaps of others like Sanjeev Sanya and others. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Mr. Mandal's question. If this book was so well known as he claims, could you please tell us when was the last time an Indian complete translation of this book? That year 1941, sir, and the only translation one can go today, which is where I began my work, is not even done by an Indian. It was done.
So what is the question? What is the question?
The question is this.
So there is a way of ignoring this standard song is of every. No way can be done on it or have been encouraged on it for years.
What kind of a question is this? What is your question? Now, first of all, Mr. Sengupta, please get your fact right that this song was written independently by Bankim Chandra way back before Anandamot, right? You know it very well. And this was popularized by Tagore's family. This was tuned into song by Tagore's father. Tagore popularized in 1896. In fact, the Congress session that in which this song was sung for the first time, it was headed by a Muslim, Rahmatullah Sahini. He was the president of Congress, Indian National Congress in 1896, while Tagore's family, including his father, sang it into this version.
So
you are communalizing.
So Professor, you prove the point. You prove the point. No, 1 second. I'm just wrapping up.
Point?
I think we've run out of time. 1 minute.
Can I quickly come
Yes, 30 seconds. I've run out of time. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yes, I just need to say one thing, Rahul.
Yeah.
Rahul, you will have to know the fader. This is not a Rudu Meme debate.
Okay, Professor, listen to the other side. 30 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
When the Kashmir Files was released by Vivek Agnihotri, Mamata Banerjee said Kashmir genocide is a figment of the imagination of Kashmiri Pandits to peddle Islamophobia.
Okay.
Now, few months back when Bengal Files was released,
okay, we are now going off tangent. The fact of the matter is, viewers, 1 minute, please lower everyone's face. The fact of the matter is, viewers, that Professor Mondal has actually come out and underlined the point we're making. That even in the Congress, even under Muslims in the Congress, this song was sung in full. Now suddenly it is not, because some people objected. The point is, viewers, why? Is Bharat Mata not mother for all? I'll leave it for you to ponder. Thank you for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye? Something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University,
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Tonight we begin with Donald Trump's U-turns. He slapped tariffs to fix the US economy. Now he's rolling them back because he cannot keep prices down. He blocked foreign workers to force companies to hire Americans, but they don't have the talent, so he's welcoming immigrants. He blocked the Epstein files, saying there's nothing in them, but now he's been forced to release the same files. What do these U-turns tell you about the US president and the government? Their policies are trial and error. We'll discuss that. Also in focus, why Wall Street lost $2.7 trillion despite Nvidia's strong earnings. What caused the Tejas jet crash in Dubai today? What do China's drills around Taiwan and nuclear-proof island say about Xi Jinping's plans? Is he preparing for war? Why the Trump-Mandani meeting is such a big deal? Plus a look at the Vantage deepfakes doing the rounds and why this is an issue that must be addressed urgently. How Australia has banned children from social media. Can AI erase money and poverty? What's inside India's booming beauty market and why Kenya's Maasai have taken the Ritz-Carlton to court. All this and more lined up. The headlines first. The Indian rupee crashes to a lifetime low. It slid past the 89.5 mark against the US dollar. The rupee was dragged down by subdued risk appetite and uncertainty over the India-US trade negotiation. The rupee is now among the weakest major Asian currencies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands in Johannesburg for the G20 summit. He was greeted with a traditional welcome and cultural performances. This is the first G20 summit on African soil. US President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart are both skipping this year's meet. Iran accuses the Western powers of escalating nuclear tensions. This comes after a new resolution by the United Nations' nuclear watchdog. The resolution demands that Tehran provide access to its sensitive nuclear sites. Israel's war with Iran in June had derailed the nuclear talks between Tehran and Washington. Taiwan lifts all restrictions on Japanese food imports. This is the latest show of support for Tokyo amid its diplomatic row with China. Taipei had imposed a ban on food imports from 5 Japanese regions after the 2011 Fukushima nuclear disaster. And the United Nations COP30 deal is under threat as nations clash over fossil fuels. Host Brazil unveiled the draft text of the climate talks today. It made no mention of fossil fuels. Oil-producing nations have been accused of blocking any roadmap to phase out fossil fuels. You campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. It's a playbook followed by most politicians. They come with populist slogans, they make tall promises, but once they're in office, it's all down the drain. And with Donald Trump, this contrast is even starker. He promised grand moves in policies, but when things do not go to plan, he promptly makes a U-turn. He won't admit the mistake, but he will make a U-turn. Tonight, we'll give you examples, starting with the tariffs. The tariffs were supposed to fix everything wrong with the US economy. The deficit, the sluggish growth, the joblessness, all of it was supposed to be fixed by Trump's tariffs.
In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly.
That's what he said in April. Cut to November, and he's rolling it all back. A lot of it, actually. Trump has removed tariffs on key food items like coffee and tea, fruits and juices, cocoa and spices, tomatoes and beef, basically things you would find in most American kitchens. He's removing tariffs on them. Until this week, all these items faced tariffs. So why did Trump remove them? Because the tariffs made them expensive for American consumers. Their inflation was rising. Look at the grocery prices in the US. This is for the month of September. Prices were 18% higher than in January 2022. And if you remember, 2022 was peak inflation year. This year, under Donald Trump, it was worse. Around 14% of American families reported food insecurity in 2025. 14%, that's up from 12.5% last year. All thanks to Trump's genius tariffs. They made daily food items unaffordable for Americans. And finally, he's been forced to make a U-turn on them. He's decided to lift the tariffs on food items. Fun fact, this is exactly what Trump officials were warned about. They were told this will happen, that prices will shoot up. Let's rewind to June 2025. Here's what a US lawmaker told Trump's Commerce Secretary. She said, "You can't make bananas in America."
What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas. What's the tariff on bananas?
The tariff on bananas would be representative of the countries that produce them. There's no uncertainty if you build in America and you produce your product in America, there will be no tariff.
We can't
so
produce
the concept
bananas in
of
America.
building in America and paying no tariff
We cannot,
is very, very clear.
We cannot
Fighting for
build
imports
bananas
is
in
not the
America.
Well, she was right. 5 months later, the tariff on bananas is gone. In other words, common sense has won. Of course, Trump won't admit that he was wrong. He still insists that prices have actually come down. It's a claim that he keeps making, and he repeated it this week.
We're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell. The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability.
Well, full marks for confidence, but if prices are really going down, then why remove the tariffs? And why specifically on food items? They won't answer that. And this is not the only U-turn they've made. Look at the case of foreign workers. Trump's supporters are split on this topic. The tech bros welcome foreign workers. They want them. But the hardcore MAGA supporters do not. And at the center of the showdown is the H-1B visa. These are special work visas for highly skilled workers, like doctors or engineers or researchers. Around 70% of these H-1B visas are held by Indians. Back in September, Trump tried to curb them. He imposed a $100,000 fee on H-1B visa applications. And the intention was quite clear. You make the visa so expensive that American companies won't hire foreign talent. They'll be forced to hire Americans. That was the idea. Guess what? It did not work. So now Trump is rolling it back. He says the US needs foreign workers, and that you can't randomly ask unemployed Americans to make missiles. That's what Trump has said. Listen to this.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we
a
have
country
plenty of talented people
no,
here.
You don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles.
Again, this is not surprising. It is true that the H-1B system is broken, but not in the way that Donald Trump thinks it is. America needs more skilled foreign workers. Maybe the selection process needs a shake-up. Maybe the costs need a rethink, but curbing them is not the solution. Because America does not have enough talent. Look at this survey of employers. 71% of them were struggling to find talented workers, and this gap becomes bigger in emerging sectors like chips. By 2030, there will be 67,000 vacancies in the chip sector. 67,000. We are talking about technicians, engineers, scientists, and America does not have them. It needs foreign workers. Also, this is no secret. Ask any expert and they'll tell you the same thing. But Donald Trump refuses to listen. And now he's getting a reality check. With the rising inflation and the scarcity of talented workers, he's been forced to roll back. Plus, he's under pressure from his own support base. And that has forced another U-turn. I'm talking about the Epstein files. At first, Trump dismissed it. He said there was nothing interesting there. And he refused to release the files, but now he's made a U-turn. He has signed a bill to release the same Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me.
Remember, this is just month 11 of his presidency. We've already seen 3 major U-turns on tariffs, on foreign workers, and on Epstein files. What does that tell you about Donald Trump? That he's volatile. His policies do not come from research or logic. They come from beliefs. Trump believed that tariffs will work, so he imposed them. Now that the tariffs are not working, he's removing them. It's basically trial and error, or rather trial and U-turn. As we see this joke unfold from India, the only line that comes to mind is this, a line that gives everyone immense pleasure. We told you so, America. A tragic crash in Dubai today. An Indian Tejas fighter jet went down during a maneuver. It was participating in an air show. By all accounts, the pilot did not eject, and now we can confirm that he did not survive the crash. This is only the second time in the history of the Tejas that we've seen a crash. But even before the authorities could begin an investigation into what went wrong, something else happened. Pakistan's so-called journalists and trolls launched a campaign. They're using this mishap to target India. They're mocking the pilot, they're ridiculing the jet, they're spinning this tragedy into taunts. We'll tell you what they're up to, but first, the details that we can confirm for you tonight. The cause of the crash is yet to be established. We do not know if this was a mechanical failure or a human error. Of course, that's not stopping the Pakistanis. Consider some of the statements that they've made. Indian Air Force continues humiliating India globally. Tejas or Tandoori, today the difference is clear. Whatever we send up will always come crashing down, Indian Air Force. And it's all the fault of gravity. These are not isolated comments. These are part of a growing stream of online assaults, mostly from Pakistani accounts, most of which cannot be seen in India because of the restrictions in place by the Indian government on Pakistani accounts and handles. But the intent is unmistakable. To tarnish the image of India, India's security forces, and India's defense industry. So tonight, let's set the record straight. Let's show you what happened in Dubai today. It happened around 1:30 p.m. local time. An Indian Air Force aerobatics team took flight. They performed a routine marking India-UAE defense ties. There were crowds watching them from a distance. About 40 minutes into the act, the Tejas jet appeared in the sky. It was performing an aerobatic move. Reports say the jet made a steep vertical climb. Then it seemed to lose power. Moments later, it dropped sharply and crashed into the ground. The reason behind the crash is yet to be ascertained. As of now, it's being called an accident. The Indian Air Force has issued a statement. It says, and I quote, "An IAF Tejas aircraft met with an accident during an aerial display at the Dubai Air Show today. The pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. The IAF will ascertain the cause of the accident." Now, here's something else worth noting. The Tejas is not a new plane. It has been in service for more than 2 decades. It has had a clean operational record. The first crash happened only last year, and that was in March 2024 in Jaisalmer, a city in the western state of Rajasthan. The pilot survived that crash. Today's crash in Dubai is only the second ever. That's 2 crashes in 24 years. By all accounts, today's crash was an outlier. The Pakistani handles, of course, ignore these facts deliberately. At the end of the day, no Air Force is immune to accidents. What matters is how the system responds, how safety is reviewed, and how the planes are improved from there. And India is already working in that direction. It is building an upgraded Tejas jet. It is called the Tejas Mk-1A. It comes with major upgrades, including a modern radar system and technology to resist enemy jamming. The plane will have the ability to fire long-range missiles and air-to-air refueling. So today's crash is tragic, the pilot's death devastating. But this does not define the Tejas, it does not define India's Air Force, and it does not define India's defense capability. Pakistani handles did not wait for facts or an investigation or even a moment of basic decency. India's response will be guided by facts, not by trolls, and that is the real story tonight. Now let's talk about the American markets. They can't seem to shake off the bearish mood. Yesterday, the US stock market flipped. It rose sharply in the morning and crashed just as fast. It was the biggest swing that the market had seen since the month of April. It led to losses worth trillions of dollars, and the reason remains the same, the fear of an AI bubble. Investors feel that AI stocks are overvalued, they've risen too much and too fast, and they may crash. These fears have grown over the past few weeks. Yesterday, stocks got a breather with NVIDIA results being announced. Those results were for the second quarter from July to September. NVIDIA's revenue jumped by 62%. The company earned $57 billion, all because of the growing sales of AI chips. And this number, $57 billion, was better than expectations. So it lifted the market. The S&P 500 index was up by almost 2%. But then suddenly, almost unexpectedly, the sentiment shifted and stocks dropped sharply. At the end of the day's trade, the S&P had lost over $2.7 trillion. That's $2.7 trillion wiped out in one day. So the optimism around NVIDIA's results was short-lived. Here's what one expert has said, and I'm quoting. The NVIDIA results, while positive, weren't enough to dispel doubts around whether valuations had gotten too rich. What does that mean? They're talking about investments in the AI space. Tech companies are building huge AI systems. They're spending billions on data centers and infrastructure, but they're not making money from this expansion, from this investment. At least not yet. They're not making money. And that's why people are calling this a bubble. That's why investors are dumping these stocks. Even yesterday, it was the tech stocks that led the fall. Your big names like Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet. They were all hit hard. Each of these companies lost more than 100 billion in value. Even Nvidia was not spared. The chip maker fell by over 3% on Nasdaq. Nasdaq, as you would know, is another American exchange. The fall, the 3% fall, wiped out almost $400 billion from Nvidia's gains for the day. So despite beating quarterly expectations, Nvidia lost money. What does that tell you? AI stocks are witnessing a correction. And it's not clear how far this will go. Will the stocks stabilize from here or will they crash? It's hard to say. Goldman Sachs has issued a warning though. It's a major American bank. It says there will be more selling. That's what Goldman Sachs has said. There'll be more selling. Another report says hedge funds could start dumping stocks. They could dump shares worth $40 billion, 40. And if that happens, the market will fall further. In fact, some estimates say that the sell-off can be as high as $65 billion. Also remember, these are not retail investors we're talking about. These are big funds. They use algorithms. They use market signals to make investment calls. And right now, those signals are flashing red. Plus, there are other factors driving the bearish sentiment, like the crash in the crypto markets. Bitcoin has fallen to a 6-month low. This is a sign that investors are pulling back from risky bets. They're also watching the job market. Hiring has picked up, but the overall job situation is mixed. Some industries are adding jobs, like your healthcare and hospitality. Others are cutting positions, like factories and warehouses. So the broader economic trends are also influencing investor decisions. Having said that, the biggest worry right now is still the AI bubble. Not long ago, AI was Wall Street's top growth story. It lifted all the stocks. Nvidia became the world's most valuable company. It crossed $5 trillion in valuation earlier this year. Tech firms rallied alongside. Together, they rode the AI boom. But now they're losing momentum. Investors don't want promises for the future. They want the returns today. They want the profits to catch up with the projections. If not, the markets will continue to fall, or to swing at least, and the AI bubble will deflate, if not burst.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Dani.
China is beating the war drums again. They're using civilian ships to practice invading Taiwan. They're building a sci-fi floating island and they're ramping up naval deployments. All of this has reignited the biggest geopolitical question of this century. Will China invade Taiwan? Let's look at their moves on the ground, or rather at sea. Let me pull up some satellite pictures for you. These were taken throughout this summer. They show the Chinese military practicing how to invade Taiwan. Now, do you notice something off about them? The ships that you see here are not warships. These are civilian vessels. We're talking about your car ferries and cargo ships. More than 100 of them took part in these drills. They practiced landing at a beach in China's Guangdong province. The obvious question is why? Why are civilian vessels part of a drill? We get using Chinese warships to invade Taiwan, but why civilian boats? Well, here's what a former Taiwanese admiral thinks.
Yes, is that they are trying to develop a kind of large number of the small amphibious landing ships supported by civilian sector, and during the wartime they will conduct the multi-point small amphibious landing operations.
That's the obvious theory. If China wants to take over Taiwan, it must land soldiers there. How many? Experts say they will need as many as 1 million soldiers, anywhere between 300,000 to 1 million. That's how many soldiers China must transport to Taiwan. And how many can they transport? Right now, only 20,000. That is where the civilian vessels come in. They can help increase China's landing capacity. They can transport more troops and supplies, and this idea is not new. Civilian boats were used in the Second World War too. Around 800 of them. They rescued British soldiers from Dunkirk. So China's tactics are not unprecedented, but they do signal the intent to invade. And their preparations do not end here, not with these drills. Like I said, China is also building a sci-fi island. Think of it as a moving fortress in the sea. On paper, it's supposed to be a science and research facility, but listen to the specifications. The whole thing will weigh 78,000 tons. That's around the same as China's largest warship, the Fujian carrier. While ships have one hull, this one will have two. It will be mobile and self-sustaining. 238 people can live on this island for 4 months. No resupplies, no outside contact. They will be self-sufficient. And here's the most interesting part. This structure will have special panels on the outside, panels that can repel nuclear shock waves. Intriguing, isn't it? Why do you want to protect a science facility from nuclear blasts? Why has China made it shock-proof? Because their real intentions may have nothing to do with science at all. This is more like an upgrade on aircraft carriers. China can use these floating artificial islands to project power. Not immediately, though. This island will enter service only in 2028. Which brings us to the question we started with. Is China preparing to invade Taiwan? Well, there are 3 factors to consider. Number 1, the military preparation is not complete yet. China doesn't have enough landing ships to ferry soldiers. Even civilian boats may not be enough. So to invade now is a big risk. Factor number 2, while China is preparing, so is the other side. Taiwan is arming itself to mount a defense. This week, the US approved more weapons for Taipei, an air defense system worth $700 million. And it's not just Taiwan. Other US allies in the region are also arming. Japan has announced a $60 billion defense budget. $60 billion. Australia is set to get nuclear submarines, and the Philippines is getting F-16 jets and Indian BrahMos missiles. Now, we don't know if these countries will actively defend Taiwan, but they're certainly arming to mount a challenge. Which brings us to the final factor, and that is the trade risk. You see, China is dependent on global trade. Around 73% of their oil is imported from outside. Around 20% of their GDP is made up of exports. If that trade stops, China's economy will choke. And Xi Jinping knows this. He has secured alternate energy supplies from Russia. He's invested heavily in green energy. He's also trying to build a powerful domestic market. Despite all of this, China cannot survive without trading. If they invade Taiwan now, their global trade may be halted, either through blockades or sanctions. So to answer the first question, It wouldn't be logical for Xi Jinping to invade Taiwan now. But logic often does not dictate such decisions, and the intent to strike at some point is hard to miss. US President Donald Trump is set to have a meeting tonight, and it's all that the American press can seem to talk about. It's not with a head of state or a business tycoon. This is a meeting with the mayor-elect for New York City, Zohran Mamdani. He's been sparring with Trump for months. Trump called Mamdani a communist. His son called Mamdani anti-India. But now they're set to meet, and it's all over the headlines because New York is not just another city. It is the biggest city in America with a GDP of $1.2 trillion. It's also the city Trump was born in and politically broke up with. So this will be a high-stakes encounter. Our next report tells you what's on the agenda and if this meeting will decide New York City's future.
Traditionally, when a new New York City mayor is elected, they get a polite, handshake-heavy courtesy call with the president. The photo op, the pleasantries, the looking forward to working together. This is not that tradition. Before the two have even shaken hands, Trump labeled Mamdani everything from radical leftist to communist.
We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. Well, I think you have to look. If he is a communist, you know there's not going to be a lot of activity.
He's threatened New York's federal funding. He's teased sending the National Guard to police the city. He's even joked about arresting Mamdani. And Mamdani? He responded with a simple message.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
So now picture these two walking into a room together. In a statement, Trump said Mamdani had requested for the meeting initially.
I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people.
Mamdani also admitted that he had requested for the meeting, adding that he was willing to work with Trump on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker.
Now, Mamdani's predecessors did not get an Oval Office one-on-one with the president. I'm talking about Bill de Blasio and current Mayor Eric Adams. So this is a big deal. On the surface, the stakes are obvious. New York City is the biggest city in the US by population, with over 8 million residents. In 2023, it had a GDP of $1.2 trillion. New York City also depends heavily on federal funding for housing, transit, childcare, disaster aid, policing. A hostile White House can make life extremely difficult for a mayor. But beneath that, both men have much more to lose. He's the first Democratic Socialist elected mayor of America's largest city. His supporters didn't elect him to play nice. They elected him to pick fights about rent, public transit, affordability, policing, and childcare. If Mamdani walks into the Oval Office with too much softness, his base will accuse him of joining the establishment, or worse, selling out. Then there is Donald Trump. Mamdani is a perfect foil heading into the midterms elections next year. If Trump plays too nice, his own base might think he's suddenly collaborating or going bipartisan. But if he plays too rough and tanks NYC's finances, he risks being blamed for chaos in the city that he still claims as one of his life's great love stories. Trump loves New York, but he also loves having a villain. And he hasn't yet decided which role Mamdani will play. Here's the weird thing. There is overlap between Trump voters and Mamdani voters, about 10% in the last election. Call them the working class crossover crowd. people who voted for Trump in 2024 and Mamdani in 2025. People whose main concern is neither ideology nor personality, it's rent. These voters don't care if the mayor is a socialist or the president is MAGA. They care that the groceries cost more than their Uber ride. They want buses to be cheap, streets to be safe, and rent to stop rising. And that's why this meeting matters. Both men are technically fighting over the same thing, ownership of the affordability message. The question is who gets to frame it. Whatever happens in the Oval Office, rest assured, New Yorkers will be the first to feel it.
Seeing used to be believing. A lot of people thought the earth was flat, but then they saw it wasn't. A lot of people thought dinosaurs were imaginary, but then they saw the fossils and the remains. Such was the power of seeing something and verifying it. Not anymore though. In the world of AI deepfakes, seeing amounts to nothing, because what you often see is this. Breaking news today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has approved a summary bill of removing 50% of non-caste Hindus from the Indian Army by the year 2028. This summary comes in the wake of protests by Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, in which they had claimed that the sons of invaders are now polluting the Indian Army with their presence and they must be removed in order to complete the Dharam Yudh in this trilock era. That was a deep fake. It looks like our show, it sounds like our show, but we never carried such a story. In fact, that story is fake too. The Indian Army is not firing non-caste Hindus. It's a malicious piece of fake news. The original video was about India's new air base in Ladakh. Take a look at this. In a breaking news today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has approved a summary bill of removing 50% of non-caste Hindus from the Indian Army by the year 2028. This summary comes in the wake of protests by Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, in which they had claimed that the sons of invaders are now polluting the Indian Army with their presence and they must be removed in order to complete the Dharam Yudh in this trilock era. Earlier this week, a new air base was operationalized in Ladakh. India's Air Force Chief, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, landed there himself. He flew in a C-130J Super Hercules plane. The touchdown was in Madnyoma. Let me show you another example. This one involves the Army Chief himself, the Indian Army Chief. He's heard talking about removing non-Hindus from the Army. First, listen to the deep fake, then to the original.
Recently, our ranks have been debated whether non-Hindu castes should remain in the Indian Army. I brought this concern to the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and his response was unambiguous. By 2028, non-Hindu soldiers must be reduced by over 50%.
TRS कॉलेज आना मेरे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात थी, क्योंकि मैं इस बिल्डिंग के चारों तरफ तो पता नहीं बचपन में कब से घूम रहा था, सन 73 से, परंतु कभी अंदर आया नहीं, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा प्रेरणा स्रोत था.
Do you see how troubling this is? The Army Chief was talking about visiting a college, but his video and words were doctored. It was turned into something sinister. And look how real the clip looked, the audio, the sync, all of it looked natural. Also look at the reach. These clips have been shared thousands of times, so clearly there is an agenda here. Consider the first deep fake we showed you. It was shared by an account that claims to be a Sikh activist. His X timeline is filled with fake news. One post is linked to today's Tejas crash in Dubai. He claims Pakistani planes locked onto the Tejas, so the pilot panicked and crashed. Like I said, totally fake. Same with the Indian Army Chief's deepfake. We looked at the accounts that reposted it. All of them have the same pattern, deepfakes against the Indian Army and deepfakes favoring the Pakistani Army. Some of the accounts are also withheld in India. So chances are they operated from across the border. They're operated from across the border. Like I said, there's a clear agenda here. There is an attempt to sow communal divisions in India, to spread fake news about India's army, to split our soldiers along communal lines. The question is, why is no one stopping it? Last we checked, all these videos are still available on X. There's no community note, there is no AI label, there is no fact check. So what is the solution? Here in India, the government is mulling new AI rules. They would mandate AI labeling for deepfake content. And the onus is on social media firms. They must comb through the content on their platform. If they find deep fakes, they must label it. If not, they can be taken to court. Now, to be fair, some tech companies have taken positive steps like Meta and Google. They already put AI labels on deepfakes, but clearly a lot more needs to be done. Our focus should be on preventing such problems, because complaining later is not effective. You reach out to X, they may or may not take action. By then, thousands have already seen that deepfake. So our focus should be on prevention, and we can't just depend on the government. We must look to the judiciary as well. Indian courts are hearing several cases linked to deepfakes. Most of them have been filed by celebrities. They're asking the courts to protect their personality rights, basically to shield their likeness, voice, and so on. Let's see if the courts extend this protection based on existing laws. If not, the parliament may have to step in. In the meantime, what can you do? It will take time for the system to fight deepfakes. So what can you, the user, do in the meantime? Well, deploy all your senses. Watch the videos closely to spot red flags. Maybe a glitch or a lack of sync. That usually means that the video is a deep fake. Also think about what you just saw. Does the news sound too good or too bad to be true? Does it sound far-fetched or unlikely? If yes, then do your own research. Maybe download an application that checks for deepfakes. But most importantly, do not hit share. We say it's better to be a victim of deepfakes than a perpetrator.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for an
Our next story is from Australia. They're doing what others are still debating. Should children be on social media? That's the question. Australia decided they shouldn't be. They passed a law last year, and next month it comes into effect. Starting December 10th, all children in Australia under the age of 16 will be barred from social media. They cannot have social media accounts. No other country in the world has a law like this. Australia is finally enforcing it. So children under 16 cannot have social media accounts. Their existing accounts will be shut down. New accounts will be blocked at the sign-up stage, and social media platforms will be asked to ensure that no child can access their services. This ban covers the biggest names in tech: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, X, YouTube, Reddit, Threads, Twitch, Kick, all of them. Some other platforms have not been banned, like WhatsApp and Pinterest. And why have they been excluded? Well, the government says these services do not function like traditional social networks. They do not have public feeds, and they do not push algorithmic content to large audiences, so children can still access them. Which brings us to our next question. Why is Australia doing it? Why this sweeping social media ban? The answer lies in the data. It is alarming. 96% of Australian children between the age of 10 and 15 use social media. 96% of the children. 7 in 10 have seen harmful content. More than half have been cyberbullied. Several have been exposed to self-harm material, also content related to eating disorders and violent videos. The government says this is not just a tech issue, this is a safety and mental health issue. So it has decided to stop children from entering these spaces. And here is the critical part. The onus of enforcement is on social media platforms. It's not on parents, not on families, but only on tech companies. If tech companies fail to comply, they will face fines. Fines of up to $32 million US dollars. So how will this ban work? Let me try to explain this simply. Social media platforms must now confirm a user's real age. They cannot trust self-declared birth dates or parental permission. They must use technology to verify the age of a user. This is called age assurance. How do you do that? It includes facial age estimation, video selfies, government ID checks, and AI tools that guess your age based on your online behavior. Although experts say that these systems are not perfect, they may let some underage users slip through and some legitimate users may be blocked. Plus, social media companies have their own concerns. They say the ban will not fully protect the young. They argue that the implementation will be difficult and the age checks could create new privacy risks. Of course, it's loss of business for them, so they have concerns. Some have even considered legal action. Many continue to oppose the law. But at this point, at least in Australia, they have no choice but to comply. Meta has already started flagging accounts. From the 4th of December, it will begin removing underage users. Others have also agreed to enforce the rules, and the world will be watching all of this closely. Do bans like these work? Do they keep children safe online? Because this is not just an Australia story. It is a global story. Many countries are trying to protect children online. All of them should. But none has gone as far as Australia. In the US, several states have tried new rules only to be blocked by the courts. In the UK, they have new safety rules. Tech companies face large fines, even jail time for executives if they fail to protect children, if they allow children or allow illegal or harmful content to reach children. Other European countries have different rules. They allow children to use social media, but only with parental consent. Like I said, Australia is the only country with a full ban, and experts are still divided on it. One side says children need protection. The other side says the ban is too easy to evade, and it may even push children to explore more dangerous spaces on the internet. They may try something else, more dangerous. But Australia has made its choice, and its results may shape global policy going forward. If you scrolled your Instagram for 5 minutes, you would think everyone is suddenly a beauty influencer. Every third reel features some beauty product. Someone is rubbing snail mucin or comparing 12 sunscreens or reviewing a serum that costs more than your rent or explaining the difference between niacinamide and retinol. But here's the thing. All of this is not noise. It is a signal, a sign of something much bigger happening beneath your feed. India's beauty market is exploding. For the longest time, beauty products in India meant a single cold cream or a bar of soap or maybe that one lipstick that your mother used. But not anymore. Today, it's a $21 billion market. $21 billion. By 2028, it could be worth $34 billion, and that's a massive jump. So what is fueling this boom? Why is India suddenly one of the world's fastest growing beauty markets? Let's break it down for you. The obvious answer is the young demographic. India's youth are driving this surge. They read the ingredients list the way earlier generations read exam results. Combine this with a culture of reels, influencers turned beauty gurus, a willingness to experiment, and rising disposable incomes. You put it all together and you get a market that is exploding faster than your favorite peeling solution. And then there is e-commerce, the great equalizer driving this boom. A decade ago, beauty meant 2 aisles in a mall. Today, a single website can stock more than 3,500 brands, plus endless homegrown brands that sell directly. According to one report, 96% of new beauty brands are primarily online. Online prices are 10 to 30% lower. Every price point has a product and entry barriers are virtually gone. And how big is the market size? Like I just said, India's beauty market is worth $21 billion. By 2028, it will reach, or is projected to reach, $34 billion. And then there's the luxury beauty market. In 2023, it was worth $800 million. By 2035, it could be about $4 billion. Also, luxury beauty makes up only 4% of the market. In countries like China, it's 25%. So there is scope for growth in India. The sales are surging, so is the funding. D2C beauty brands raised $63 million until September this year. D2C stands for direct to consumer. It's basically brands that sell directly to the consumer. They have raised $63 million. This is thrice the amount of money they raised in 2020. And everyone has a story. Everyone has a hero product. Everyone is getting acquired. All of this makes India one of the fastest growing beauty and personal care markets in the world. No wonder global brands are making a beeline. I'm talking South Korean skincare, niche Japanese brands, even popular US beauty companies. They're either entering India or they're expanding manufacturing or hunting for local partners. Now, India has had consumption booms before. We've seen the fashion boom, the smartphone boom, the restaurant boom, but beauty is different. And I'll tell you why it's different. First of all, it's recession-proof. Even in a slowdown, people will still buy their favorite serum or kajal at least. 2, it's aspirational without being unaffordable. 3, it scales like crazy. A viral reel can sell out an entire product in minutes. 4, it offers insane margins. Some categories run 60 to 70% gross margins, which means they're very profitable. 5, it becomes a habit. Once a routine sets in, consumers stick. They keep buying the product. And 6, women are not the only customers. Men's grooming is a $335 million market and it's growing. You put all of this together, the demographics, the influencers, the funding, the global brands, the viral products, and you get one of the strongest consumer stories on the planet. You could say India's beauty story is not just a boom, it's a shift. It's a shift in the way India views beauty and personal care.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Mahima. Lots lined up for you on this bulletin, but first up, the headlines. 2-member CBSE panel flags glaring lapses by the Jaipur school where a 9-year-old girl jumped to death from the 4th floor. Report reveals girl went to her teacher minutes before the incident but was shouted at. An Indian Tejas fighter jet crashed during aerial display at Dubai Air Show. Pilot killed, inquiry ordered to determine the cause. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar lobby for top post. High Command sends clear message, says no change in leadership. Udyanidhi Stalin calls Sanskrit a dead language. BJP says after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he is now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu prayers. Home Minister Amit Shah accuses political parties of protecting infiltrators amid West Bengal electoral roll revision row. And Prime Minister Modi arrives in South Africa for G20 Summit 2025 in Johannesburg. US President Donald Trump and New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani set to meet face-to-face at White House tonight after months of trading barbs. Let's begin the bulletin with some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Now, Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Johannesburg for the G20 Summit 2025, where he received a warm welcome from the members of Indian diaspora. On their arrival, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Landed in Johannesburg for G20 Summit related engagements. I look forward to productive discussions with the world leaders on the key global issues. Our focus will be on strengthening cooperation, advancing development priorities, and ensuring better future for all. During his first day of the visit, Prime Minister Modi also held bilateral meeting with Australian Prime Minister from sometimes before. The visuals on your screens show Prime Minister Modi where he landed in Johannesburg. He received a very warm welcome from the Indian diaspora there. My colleague Siddhant Mishra joins us on the broadcast. Siddhant, Prime Minister Modi has now arrived in Johannesburg for the G20 summit and also held bilateral meet with the Australian Prime Minister. What are the key global issues India aims to push during this high-profile summit?
Well, G20 summit is a very, very significant grouping. In fact, it is significant because it brings countries from the global south and global north under one roof. In fact, these are the 20 top economies of the world. And in fact, from last so many years, this particular grouping has been performing and has been able to deliver joint communique despite differences, despite global conflicts, were divided into two blocks. Each time around, the joint communique was issued at the grouping. So that has been largely the success of the G20 grouping. In fact, this grouping has a working group. These working groups keep meeting all throughout the year. Then Leaders Summit takes place. In fact, in 2023, India was the chair of the G20, and from last 4 years, in fact, the global south, the countries from the global south have been chairing the G20 summits, from Indonesia to India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So Prime Minister Modi has landed in Johannesburg. In fact, he was given a very warm welcome by the South African government at the tarmac, and then at the hotel, full of cultural events, performances. In fact, Prime Minister Modi also held talks with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia. In fact, this is the first meeting between the two prime ministers after Prime Minister Albanese getting re-elected as the Prime Minister of Australia. In fact, India-Australia relationship is very robust. It's a strategic partnership. In fact, Australia is the first country with whom India signed the free trade agreement, and now both countries are moving towards the next step, which is CICA. Both countries are cooperating in defense, critical minerals, trade, cooperation, and in fact in many other sectors. In fact, the Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong was in India yesterday, and in fact today Prime Minister Modi is meeting Prime Minister Albanese. So, as I said, this partnership is very, very special. It's a strategic partnership, and in fact, in the opening remarks, Prime Minister Albanese condemned the Delhi terror attacks, and in fact, also expressed his support. And in fact, he also expressed his solidarity over the lives of Indians in Saudi Arabia in a very tragic.
Siddhant, stay with us. We are coming to that. Stay with us. Breaking news coming in on the broadcast now. Australian Prime Minister has expressed condolences over the Red Fort terrorist attack and the bus crash in Saudi Arabia in which several Indian pilgrims lost their lives. He further added, and I quote, "We have so much to discuss and our relationship is very strong. I think the economic relationship can be strengthened further and our defense and security ties are also very important going forward. I look forward to our discussion today." Yes, Siddhant, share more details about this statement that is now coming in from Australian Prime Minister.
So Australia has always stood with India when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. In fact, right after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia visited India. And at that point in time, when there was this global narrative which some of the Western countries did try to create, perhaps against India, Australia made its position very clear that the ceasefire was an act of Indian leadership. There was a big statement coming from the Australian leadership at that point in time. Now, once again, since both prime ministers have met, Prime Minister Albanese expressed solidarity, for the loss of lives in a tragic accident in Medina, where 42 Indians have lost their lives. And in fact, he also condemned the Red Fort terror attack. And this has been the standard position of Australian government when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. And Australia has always stood with India shoulder to shoulder in supporting India to combat terrorism. So this was the first time both leaders are meeting after Prime Minister Albanese getting re-elected to office as the Prime Minister of Australia. Very, very special and important relationship. Australia was the first country with which India signed the trade agreement. Both countries are now moving towards CECA. In fact, the talks are underway. Both countries have deep cooperation in defense, critical minerals. Both countries are important partners in the Indo-Pacific. So this cooperation is very deep, and there is also a brilliant leader-to-leader relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese, and perhaps this bonhomie was on a display today in Johannesburg when these two leaders met on the sidelines of the G20 summit.
Yes, thank you so much, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast and filling us in with all those crucial information. Moving on to some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. After the new Bihar government was sworn on Thursday, under Nitish Kumar leadership, cabinet portfolios have now been accessed by CNN News18, with Samrat Chaudhary receiving crucial Home Ministry. Remember, Home Ministry traditionally held by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in previous NDA governments and has this time been handed over to Samrat Chaudhary. Meanwhile, BJP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Kumar Sinha has been allotted the Department of Revenue and Land Reforms. Mangal Pandey has retained the Health Ministry and in the new cabinet, while State BJP President Dilip Jaiswal will lead Department of Industries. My colleague Payal Mehta joins us on the broadcast. Payal, as the new Bihar cabinet takes office, how significant are the changes in the key ministries?
As far as the ministries are concerned, at the top, obviously, Samrat Chaudhary, who is not just the Deputy Chief Minister, but also will hold a crucial portfolio of home. This is probably the first time that Nitish Kumar is limited to portfolios of home. And in exchange for the home portfolio, we're given to understand that the BJP has given the finance portfolio to the JDU as well. So ministries have been divided, but the BJP getting very important ministries, like you mentioned, that Vijay Kumar Sinha become accommodated. Mangal Pandey continues to hold the portfolio as far as health is concerned. Nitin Naveen gets urban development as well. So all in all, a division of portfolios in satisfactory lines. We haven't seen any rumbling so far, and everybody's been accommodated, including the LJP, which will also be given multiple portfolios, to the ministers who've taken oath along with Nitish Kumar. So all is well as of now. But, work seems to be clearly cut out as far as this government is concerned. They'll have to start working from day one, because there's been a lot that has been promised to the people, and they would want to get the work going underway immediately, so that, at least the aspirations of people can be met with.
Well, Payal, stay with us. We have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Now, big workforce reform by centre in a landmark move aimed at modernizing India's labour governance, and the government has implemented the 4 labour codes, repealing the rationalizing 29 existing central labour laws. Prime Minister Modi took to social media platform. He said, and I quote, "Today our government has given effect to the 4 labour codes. It is one of the most comprehensive and progressive labour-oriented reforms since independence. It greatly empowers our workers and also significantly simplifies compliance and promises ease of doing businesses." Payal Mehta continues to be with us on the broadcast. Payal, Centre has now implemented the 4 labour codes as a landmark reform aimed at modernizing India's labour governance. How will these changes impact the workers and businesses?
Well, of course, it's of great significance given the fact that the bill was passed in sometime around 2020. It has taken 5 years to implement it. Nonetheless, the government has been able to have everybody come on board and implement it. It means a lot as far as the organized sector is really concerned, given the fact that for the first time a definition of labor is going to be attached to, for example, gig workers and platform workers. There are a lot of incentives in there for women as well, especially taking care of their working hours, taking care of the conditions that they need to really work in as well. So reforms and making sure that archaic and prehistory reforms are done away, are making way for newer reforms. That's actually been the trademark as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government is really concerned. Whether it is Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh or even the Indian, whether it's the International Labour Organization, everybody has welcomed this step in the right direction. The Prime Minister, of course, taking to social media, and Mansukh Mandavi, the Labour Minister, also taking to social media early in the day, saying what looked impossible is now possible.
Thank you so much, Payal, for joining us on the broadcast and filling us in with all those information. Time for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Putting India on the map is close to achieving the impossible. 45 years.
As we count down to Indian of the Year 2025.
Then this man is a world champion at the age of 18. It's an amazing achievement. At this stage, reinventing himself. He brought back a hero who was not even known.
India's most eminent personalities discuss and debate to choose the invincible icons of the year.
It might not be the world watching him, but he's definitely bringing India out there.
Who will be crowned Indian of the Year 2025? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025, 28th November, 6 p.m. onwards. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, Wardrobe Partner, Reed & Taylor, Bond with the Best, in association with HDFC Sky, Make Money Matter, Explore More, Express More, LIC, Har Pal Aapke Saath, Polycab, India's safe, happy connection, and Reliance Industries Limited. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye? Something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al-Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al-Falah,
Welcome back. Fresh political tensions have erupted in Kerala following the arrest of former TDP President A. Padma Kumar in connection with the alleged Sabrimala gold theft case. Opposition is now demanding the former minister Sudarshan should be also held accountable, claiming that he was in charge during the period. They claim that the arrest exposed involvement of CPM leadership in the matter. Now, amid heavy rush at Sabrimala, more controversy is brewing. The famous temple is once again in the headlines. Neetu Raghukumar brings us this ground report as far as the gold theft is concerned. Take a look.
Mandalam Magravilaka season, the main pilgrimage season of Sabrimala, has begun on November 16th. But ahead of this pilgrimage season, Sabrimala has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. An SIT investigation monitored by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court is ongoing at the moment related to the gold pilferage. About 4.5 kg of gold is missing from the gold padded copper plates of the Dwarapalaga idols. Two cases have been registered in connection with this. One related to the missing gold from the copper plates at the Dwarapalaga idols and also in the main frames at Sannidhanam. So the two FIRs have been registered. Arrests have been made of Travancore Devasam Board officials, former Travancore Devasam Board officials, including former Travancore Devasam Board President N. Vasu, former administrative officer and executive officer of Sabrimala has also been arrested in connection with this case. The main accused, Unikrishnan Poti, who was working as a sponsor as far as these Dwarapalaga idols gold plating is concerned, he has also been arrested by the SIT. The Kerala High Court has asked the SIT to investigate into the criminal conspiracy and look whether any officials right from top to bottom of the Devasam Board is involved. The Prevention of Corruption Act have also been charged against these Travancore Devasam Board officials. More arrest and more questioning of the board officials will happen is what we are understanding as far as the investigation goes. The SIT team has also collected samples from Sannidhanam to conduct scientific tests to see if these copper plates have been completely changed. So that is something which the SIT is looking at. On December 3rd, the case is again being considered by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court. Before this season began, Sabrimala was in the news. It was for all the wrong reasons about gold theft, Devasam Board officials, including a former president, being arrested. When you heard about this gold pilferage, the Dwarapalaga idols gold pilferage, were you worried or concerned as a devotee?
Actually, I don't know what happened. Actually, we shocked. How can? Actually, those are God's property. All the officials are doing that. How can? Unbelievable.
So what is your wish that all those behind this should be brought to the law and the gold should be brought back? Is that
sure, 100%. That is property. Whose property? God's property. 100% required. Okay.
It's good that it came out. Although it could have come out earlier, but it came out. But definitely, if you ask me, was it right or wrong, or was I shocked? Of course I was shocked. Anybody, you will be shocked. Everybody will be shocked.
Well, that's a wrap on this bulletin. For much more news and update, continue to watch CNN News 18. Thank you for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator. Also,
hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Mahima. Lots lined up for you on this bulletin, but first up, the headlines. Two-member CBSE panel flags glaring lapses by the Jaipur school where a 9-year-old girl jumped to death from the 4th floor. Report reveals girl went to her teacher minutes before the incident but was shouted at. An Indian Tejas fighter jet crashed during aerial display at Dubai Air Show. Pilot killed. Inquiry ordered to determine the cause. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar lobby for top post. High Command sends clear message, says no change in leadership. Udayanidhi Stalin calls Sanskrit a dead language. BJP says after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he is now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu prayers. Home Minister Amit Shah accuses political parties of protecting infiltrators amid West Bengal electoral roll revision row. And Prime Minister Modi arrives in South Africa for G20 Summit 2025 in Johannesburg. US President Donald Trump and New York Mayor-elect Trump-Mandani set to meet face-to-face at White House tonight after months of trading bouts. Let's begin the bulletin with some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Now, Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Johannesburg for the G20 Summit 2025, where he received a warm welcome from the members of Indian diaspora. On their arrival, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Landed in Johannesburg for G20 Summit related engagements. I look forward to productive discussions with the world leaders on the key global issues. Our focus will be on strengthening cooperation, advancing development priorities, and ensuring better future for all." During his first day of the visit, Prime Minister Modi also held bilateral meeting with Australian Prime Minister from sometimes before. The visuals on your screens show Prime Minister Modi where he landed in Johannesburg. He received a very warm welcome from the Indian diaspora there. My colleague Siddhant Mishra joins us on the broadcast. Siddhant, Prime Minister Modi has now arrived in Johannesburg for the G20 summit and also held bilateral meet with the Australian Prime Minister. What are the key global issues India aims to push during this high-profile summit?
Well, G20 summit is a very, very significant grouping. In fact, it is significant because it brings countries from the global south and global north under one roof. In fact, these are the 20 top economies of the world. And in fact, from last so many years, this particular grouping has been performing and has been able to deliver joint communique despite differences, despite global conflicts, were divided into two blocks. Each time around, the joint communique was issued at the grouping. So that has been largely the success of the G20 grouping. In fact, this grouping has a working group. These working groups keep meeting all throughout the year. Then Leaders Summit takes place. In fact, in 2023, India was the chair of the G20, and from last 4 years, in fact, the global south, the countries from the global south have been chairing the G20 summits, from Indonesia to India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So Prime Minister Modi has landed in Johannesburg. In fact, he was given a very warm welcome by the South African government at the tarmac, and then at the hotel, full of cultural events, performances. In fact, Prime Minister Modi also held talks with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia. In fact, this is the first meeting between the two prime ministers after Prime Minister Albanese getting re-elected as the Prime Minister of Australia. In fact, India-Australia relationship is very robust. It's a strategic partnership. In fact, Australia is the first country with whom India signed the free trade agreement, and now both countries are moving towards the next step, which is CICA. Both countries are cooperating in defense, critical minerals, trade, cooperation, and in fact in many other sectors. In fact, the Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong was in India yesterday, and in fact today Prime Minister Modi is meeting Prime Minister Albanese. So as I said, this partnership is very, very special. It's a strategic partnership, and in fact in the opening remarks, Prime Minister Albanese condemned the Delhi terror attacks, and in fact also expressed full support. And in fact, he also expressed his solidarity over the lives of Indians in Saudi Arabia in a very tragic.
Siddhant, stay with us. We are coming to that. Stay with us. Breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Now, Australian Prime Minister has expressed condolences over the Red Fort terrorist attack and the bus crash in Saudi Arabia in which several Indian pilgrims lost their lives. He further added, and I quote, "We have so much to discuss and our relationship is very strong. I think the economic relationship can be strengthened further and our defense and security ties are also very important going forward. I look forward to our discussion today." Yes, Siddhant, share more details about this statement that is now coming in from Australian Prime Minister?
So Australia has always stood with India when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. In fact, right after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia visited India. And at that point in time, when, there was this global narrative which some of the Western countries did try to create, perhaps against India, Australia made its position very clear that the ceasefire was an act of Indian leadership. There was a big statement coming from the Australian leadership at that point in time. Now, once again, since both Prime Ministers have met, Prime Minister Albanese expressed solidarity for the loss of lives in a tragic accident in Medina, where 42 Indians have lost their lives. And in fact, he also condemned the Red Fort terror attack. And this has been the standard position of Australian government when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. And Australia has always stood with India shoulder to shoulder in supporting India to combat terrorism. So this was the first time both leaders are meeting after Prime Minister Albanese getting re-elected to office as the Prime Minister of Australia. Very, very special and important relationship. Australia was the first country with which India signed the trade agreement. Both countries are now moving towards CECA. In fact, the talks are underway. Both countries have deep cooperation in defense, critical minerals. Both countries are important partners in the Indo-Pacific. So this cooperation is very deep, and there is also a brilliant leader-to-leader relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese, and perhaps this bonhomie was on a display today in Johannesburg when these two leaders met on the sidelines of the G20 summit.
Yes, thank you so much, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast and filling us in with all those crucial information. Moving on to some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. After the new Bihar government was sworn on Thursday, under Nitish Kumar leadership, cabinet portfolios have now been accessed by CNN News18, with Samrat Chaudhary receiving crucial Home Ministry. Remember, Home Ministry traditionally held by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in previous NDA governments and has this time been handed over to Samrat Chaudhary. Meanwhile, BJP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Kumar Sinha has been allotted the Department of Revenue and Land Reforms. Mangal Pandey has retained the Health Ministry and in the new cabinet, while State BJP President Dilip Jaiswal will lead Department of Industries. My colleague Payal Mehta joins us on the broadcast. Payal, as the new Bihar cabinet takes office, how significant are the changes in the key ministries?
As far as the ministries are concerned, at the top, obviously, Samrat Chaudhary, who is not just the Deputy Chief Minister, but also will hold a crucial portfolio of home. This is probably the first time that Nitish Kumar is limited to portfolios of home. And in exchange for the home portfolio, we're given to understand that the BJP has given the finance portfolio to the JDU as well. So ministries have been divided, for the BJP getting very important ministries, like you mentioned, that Vijay Kumar Sinha accommodated. Mangal Pandey continues to hold the portfolio as far as health is concerned. Nitin Naveen gets urban development as well. So all in all, a division of portfolios in satisfactory lines. We haven't seen any rumbling so far, and everybody's been accommodated, including the LJP, which will also be given multiple portfolios, to the ministers who've taken oath along with Nitish Kumar. So all is well as of now. But, work seems to be clearly cut out as far as this government is concerned. They'll have to start working from day one, because there's been a lot that has been promised to the people, and they would want to get the work going underway immediately. So that, at least the aspirations of people can be met with.
Well, Payal, stay with us. We have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Now, big workforce reform by centre in a landmark move aimed at modernizing India's labour governance, and the government has implemented the 4 labour codes, repealing the rationalizing 29 existing central labour laws. Prime Minister Modi took to social media platform. He said, and I quote, "Today our government has given effect to the 4 labour codes. It is one of the most comprehensive and progressive labour-oriented reforms since independence. It greatly empowers our workers and also significantly simplifies compliance and promises ease of doing businesses." Payal Mehta continues to be with us on the broadcast. Payal, Centre has now implemented the 4 labour codes as a landmark reform aimed at modernizing India's labour governance. How will these changes impact the workers and businesses?
Well, of course, it's of great significance given the fact that the bill was passed in sometime around 2020. It has taken 5 years to implement it. Nonetheless, the government has been able to have everybody come on board and implement it. It means a lot as far as the organized sector is really concerned, given the fact that for the first time a definition of labor is going to be attached to, for example, gig workers and platform workers. There are a lot of incentives in there for women as well, especially taking care of their working hours, taking care of the conditions that they need to really work in as well. So reforms and making sure that archaic and pre-history reforms are done away, are making way for newer reforms that actually been the trademark as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government is really concerned. Whether it is Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh or even the Indian, whether it's the International Labour Organization, everybody has welcomed this step in the right direction. The Prime Minister, of course, taking to social media, and Mansukh Mandavi, the Labour Minister, also taking to social media early in the day, saying what looked impossible is now possible.
Thank you so much, Payal, for joining us on the broadcast and filling us in with all those information. Time for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Putting India on the map
Is close to achieving the impossible.
45 years.
As we count down to Indian of the Year 2025.
And this man is a world champion at the age of 18. It's an amazing achievement. At this stage, reinventing himself.
He brought back a hero who was not even known.
India's most eminent personalities discuss and debate to choose the invincible icons of the year.
It might not be the world watching him, but he's definitely bringing India out there.
Who will be crowned Indian of the Year 2025? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025, 28th November, 6 p.m. onwards. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, Wardrobe Partner, Reed & Taylor, Bond with the Best. In association with HDFC Sky, Make Money Matter, Explore More, Express More. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Polycab, India's safe, happy connection. And Reliance Industries Limited. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also...
Welcome back. Fresh political tensions have erupted in Kerala following the arrest of former TDP President A. Padma Kumar in connection with the alleged Sabrimala gold theft case. Opposition is now demanding the former minister Sudarshan should be also held accountable, claiming that he was in charge during the period. They claim that the arrest exposed involvement of CPM leadership in the matter. Now, amid heavy rush at Sabrimala, more controversy is brewing. The famous temple is once again in the headlines. Neetu Raghukumar brings us this ground report as far as the gold theft is concerned. Take a look.
Mandalam Magravilaka season, the main pilgrimage season of Sabrimala has begun on November 16th. But ahead of this pilgrimage season, Sabrimala has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. An SIT investigation monitored by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court is ongoing at the moment related to the gold pilferage. About 4.5 kg of gold is missing from the gold-padded copper plates of the Dwarapalaga idols. Two cases have been registered in connection with this. One related to the missing gold from the copper plates at the Dwarapalaga idols and also in the main frames at Sannidhanam. So the two FIRs have been registered. Arrests have been made of Travancore Devasam Board officials, former Travancore Devasam Board officials, including former Travancore Devasam Board President N. Vasu, former administrative officer and executive officer of Sabrimala has also been arrested in connection with this case. The main accused, Unikrishnan Poti, who was working as a sponsor as far as these Dwarapalaga idols gold plating is concerned, he has also been arrested by the SIT. The Kerala High Court has asked the SIT to investigate into the criminal conspiracy and look whether any officials right from top to bottom of the Devasam Board is involved. The Prevention of Corruption Act have also been charged against these Travancore Devasam Board officials. More arrest and more questioning of the board officials will happen is what we are understanding as far as the investigation goes. The SIT team has also collected samples from Sannidhanam to conduct scientific tests to see if these copper plates have been completely changed. So that is something which the SIT is looking at. On December 3rd, the case is again being considered by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court. Before this season began, Sabrimala was in the news. It was for all the wrong reasons about gold theft, Devasam Board officials, including a former president, being arrested. When you heard about this gold pilferage, the Dwarapalaga idols gold pilferage, were you worried or concerned as a devotee?
Actually, I don't know what happened. Actually, we shocked. How can? Actually, those are God's property. All the officials are doing that. How can? Unbelievable.
So what is your wish that all those behind this should be brought to the law and the gold should be brought back? Is that
sure, 100%. That is property. Whose property? God's property. 100% required.
Okay. It's good that it came out. Although it could have come out earlier, but it came out. But definitely, if you ask me, was it right or wrong, or was I shocked? Of course I was shocked. Anybody, you will be shocked. Everybody will be shocked.
Well, that's a wrap on this bulletin. For much more news and update, continue to watch CNN News 18. Thank you for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens,